To get up a little bit earlier than usual and to come here to Diplomatic Academy in order to take part at our annual European Forum in Vienna. It's a great pleasure because we will talk today about especially European security and defense policy, situation as it is, the real picture, and maybe also the picture of theory and what should happen in order to match those two dimensions. And it's a great, great pleasure for me to have really not only the opportunity to cooperate together with Diplomatic Academy, Ambassador Brix, he will say also a few words of welcome, but also together with Wilfried Martens Center and its president, former Prime Minister Dzurinda, and of course also with Political Academy, now with a new name, Tivoli campus, and its new president, former president of the parliament, Sobotka. It's a great pleasure to be here together with you and to welcome, of course, a list of many people. I do not want to welcome all of them. It would certainly take too much time. I just want to say also it's a great pleasure for me to have our honorary president over here, Benita Ferreira-Waldner, our former foreign minister and European commissioner, and also next to her, Christine Mutonen, our vice president. I want to say that it is a specific pleasure for me to have so many outstanding speakers over here. I want to welcome many ambassadors. Some are already here, and I guess some will come in the next half hour. And we also will have the opportunity to have at least short discussions. The title of our this year's conference is Europe's Future, Time to Decide and Time to Act. And when I said already last evening, where we had more or less a pre-evening discussion with quite a lot of outstanding academics on this question, I can say, that we have a huge gap between the European imagination and plans and the reality. And if we look to this reality, you have to say we are confronted at the moment, not only with the war in Ukraine, with a crisis situation at the Western Balkans, with a crisis situation in the Caucasian region, with a war of utmost dimension in the Middle East, with quite some crises all over Northern Africa. And in addition to that, we have a new factor that we have to look at. This is certainly the political situation in the transatlantic dimension, the challenge of a new president who will certainly challenge European security and defense policy in the coming years by the election of Donald Trump. And insofar, we must not lose any time. We have to decide and have to act. And if we miss this opportunity, we certainly will also miss the possibility and the opportunity to build up European Union as a future global actor. And this must be our goal. And insofar, I really want to welcome you. I do not welcome our speakers specifically. We will do it when they will take the floor. And I just want to say to all of you, it's a great, great pleasure to have you here. It's a great, great pleasure to discuss with you the challenges coming up for Europe, but also the challenges that are already present. And certainly one of the most important questions will be, how can Europe in this situation master its imminent problem, its imminent challenge at the eastern border, at Ukraine? Nobody knows what will happen in the coming few months. We can be sure there will be some developments, and I think we should be prepared. And insofar, I heartily want, once again, I want to heartily welcome all of you in this room here at Diplomatic Academy, and pass the word to our director, Michael Cicanel. Please take over.
President Fasslabend, thank you very much for your welcome words. Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you again in my position as the director of the Austrian Institute for European and Security Policy to this event, to the 28th European Forum, Vienna. It's a pleasure to host you all here. At the second day, we have had a wonderful evening event yesterday already, where we kicked off the discussion, especially focusing on the situation in Ukraine, but also the European security dimension as a whole. And today, I would like to seize the next couple of minutes very briefly, not only to welcome you also, but in addition to that, to walk you very briefly through the program that we have prepared for you today. After the welcome remarks, we will have wonderful keynote speeches for you. We have excellent representatives, not only from Austria, but also from Ukraine, from Moldova, and from Finland. And then we have two panel discussions. The first one, War, Peace, and Stability in Eastern Europe, where we'll focus especially on the situation in Eastern Europe, Ukraine and Moldova being in the focus of that. And then, as already mentioned by Dr. Fasslabend, we will also discuss the current situation in the Middle East, because this is also of crucial importance to European security. So we will discuss Middle East at a crossroads with a panel discussion then before the lunch that you're all, of course, most warmly invited to. Without any further ado, to the fact that we're already lacking behind in time a little bit, I don't want to take too much time for these opening remarks, also for you to ask questions and answers during the panel discussions. I'd like to, again, welcome you very much, all of you here in person, but also everyone who is joining via our live stream. Thanks a lot to our partners again, the Vienna School of International Studies, the Diplomatic Academy, the Wilfried Martens Center, the new think tank of the political party, the Volkspartei, but also our other supporters and sponsors for this event. And without any further ado, Ambassador Brix, Director of the Diplomatic Academy of the Vienna School of International Studies, please take the floor.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, welcome from my side. My voice is a little bit deep today. I have a flu, I'm sorry for that. But maybe this is a good sign for Europe also, because if one has a flu, it's a passing thing. It's a process. It's not something that we will have forever. Welcome to all of you, because we know that this is time to decide and time to act, as Werner Fasslabend said. It's not only, but also because the French president, not for the first time, yesterday said in Budapest, Europe should try to become a carnivore, ein Fleischfresser, he said. Not a Pflanzenfresser, but a carnivore, a Fleischfresser. That's an even more dramatic language than speaking about the language of power. And I hope that some people will listen to him in Europe. So there is time to act. The main problem, as I see it at the moment, is that there are different visions of why we should act, how we should act, and when we should act. And from the security point of view, it's very obvious that the faster the better we have to take decisions. And we have a very good moment, as I see it, because of the elections in the United States. The reaction of most of the leaders of the European Union was, we want to have even stronger transatlantic partnership. I'm not sure whether we will get it, but we should try, and that is very good. We should advocate for it. And sometimes I have the feeling when Charles Michel speaks about this, there is more anxiety in him than belief that it's possible to have a better transatlantic partnership. But this means time to act for Europe, certainly, and time to decide for Europe. And my last point really is, I have to say, I experience so often that whenever there is time to act in the European Union, it was always the issue of French and German cooperation. And as we know, both of these countries are at the moment thinking more about their domestic issues than about the European future. That's our feeling, at least. And we shouldn't allow this. So I think all the member countries should press them to work together as much as possible. I am not someone who always says the Germans should go in front, but as I see it, in the given situation, if there is a problem with the French-German relationship and the possibility to be a motor for the European Union, then there is a region which should act, and this region is here. It is in Slovakia, it is in Poland, it is in Hungary. That's the Central European region. The Central Europeans should act also because of security reasons they have in the ongoing war in the Ukraine. So possibly something that some people said and wrote, one of them was me, that the future of Europe will be decided in this region in Central Europe is true, and we should actually prepare that we Central European countries have to act on the security of Europe and on the future of Europe. But maybe this is already much too political for an introduction. I wish us all the best for this fruitful discussion, and welcome again from my side. Thank you.
President Fasslabend and Director Zinkanel, Generals, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you personally today. The theme of the 28th European Forum Vienna, the future of Europe, is definitely well chosen, because we not only have to talk about the future, we also have to shape our future now. Because crisis, conflicts, climate change, natural disasters, terrorism, cyber attacks and uncontrolled migration are already having a direct impact on Europe's security. I'm not talking just about purely military security, but also about security of economy and supply. To give an example, supply chains are disrupted when Houthi rebels attack merchant ships in the Red Sea, and economy in general is disturbed because of war in the Ukraine or the conflict in the Middle East or somewhere else in the world. Let's face it, we are living in a time of crisis, so we have to prepare ourselves. And that's what we do on several levels. Firstly, the security and defense policy. At the national level, we have drafted a new Austrian security strategy. This document has to be adopted by the newly elected parliament soon. At European level, we are constantly working on the strategic compass, which is both a policy document and an action plan. Secondly, necessary investments. As for Austria, the increase in the defense budget was an important first step. With a budget of 18 billion euros in the next years, we can finally make the investments we urgently need. Investments neglected for decades. Now we are in the process of modernizing our armed forces, and we have drawn up a 10-year development plan to do so, supported by a separate law that provides us with funding for 10 years. The main areas of investment are mobility, protection, and self-sufficiency. We will procure modern equipment, weapons, and material to increase defense readiness. In addition, many barracks in Austria are being refurbished, because modern armed forces need modern infrastructure as well. And thirdly, cooperation. Cooperation on a national level and cooperation on a European level. We need to cooperate with other governments, and we also need to support partnerships across the various disciplines and institutions at both national and European levels. This also means that armed forces have to cooperate with civil partners and actors. That's the key to success if we want to combat the challenges successfully. Ladies and gentlemen, we need a Europe which protects its citizens and their way of life. That is why we will continue to participate actively in the further development of the common security and defense policy, always within the framework of our legal possibilities. And we will remain a reliable partner in international crisis management, because we want to make our contribution to securing the future of Europe, the future of Austria, the future of us all. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what we have to consider, and I would like to wish you an interesting event with inspiring presentations and productive discussions. Thank you very much. President Fasslabend and Director Zinkanel, Generals, Excellent.
I have to start once more. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies. It's a great pleasure to be here. And the time to decide, time to act is a motto on the 28th European Forum Vienna, a motto that calls on us to address uncomfortable truths you mentioned, but also to analyze these truths and take concrete actions for our continent from them. The past few days, when you remember the elections results in America, in Moldova, Georgia, and the incidents of serious anti-Semitism last night in Amsterdam, with all the impact we have seen, in particular have shown us that we must take responsibility in Europe and demonstrate our ability to act at both on national and as well at the European level. And Director Brix mentioned that Europe was always driven by the two big countries. Germany and France was always the motor of the new development, and also the Commission. But we have seen now we have to form new coalitions, and I think it's up to us on each level to support the common European ideas, and to bring the progress, especially in the areas of conflicts. And the area of conflicts are close to Europe, to the European Union. When you look to the Balkans, you mentioned it. We have 6 countries. Since 2003, they are underporters of the European Union. And the influence of Turkey, the influence of Russia, the influence of Saudi Arabia, it's quite strong in these areas. And we have seen what happened in the Ukraine, and I think it will be a crucial moment when we look in the next month, what will happen with the Ukraine, especially when the support from the US will not be delivered in this the way than before. What is our role in this case? And therefore, I expect a really interesting discussions. In the panel discussion, we have very experienced keynote speakers, and therefore, as Political Academy was our name before, you mentioned it now with the think tank of the ÖVP, the People's Party. Our name is Campus Tivoli, because we want to be much more broader, to include a lot of opinions and to be established in the middle of our mainstream. We have seen that especially the left and the right edges of our society get stronger and stronger. Therefore, it's very crucial for us to make our position in the middle of the society more clear, and to invite all the different opinions to come together, because we have to see that we have to find a common sense. Postmodernism in making our truths relatively is really a serious danger for us. And we have an impact of the left wing. It means the wokeness. Under the right wing, we have seen the national populists. And in Austria especially, we have a migrant situation, especially from the Muslimic countries, And in addition, the artificial intelligence in the digital area is really a big challenge for us. And in facing all these components, it's for us important to give advice to our policy, to make a good research, and to find a together solution, not only for Austria, especially for for Europe. And therefore, I'm very appreciative that we can be a corporate partner to Martens, to the Academy of Diplomats here, and also to the Institute of Werner Fasslabend. In this sense, I wish you a really interesting morning.
Dear President Fasslabend, dear Werner, thank you for being invited again. And I'd like to thank also all partners for very smooth cooperation which was needed to make this conference happen again. Dear friends, the message of the US presidential and congressional elections for us Europeans, by my mean, is crystal clear. Take on more responsibility for common defense. Take more responsibility on your soldiers. The axis, Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, is not only dangerous, but it is also strong. This is why we, the transatlantic alliance, need to be stronger as well. In practical terms, it means a real wake-up call for us Europeans. We have to get together and mature. Well, we need to build our European defense, our European army as a full-fledged European pillar of NATO, without any duplications, without any ambitions to compete with our American ally, however, being able to operate also independently if needed. As a representative of a political foundation which is associated with the European People's Party, I am pretty happy that after the revolution of dignity in Ukraine, after annexation of Crimea in 2014, we've been launching discussions, consultations, and then gradually developing the project of the European Army as an indivisible, integral part of the transatlantic alliance. In these days, we are finishing the project made up based and developed on the so-called defense pyramid platform made up of 10 levels. I'd like to demonstrate it just on one slide, the 10 levels of this comprehensive project. The basement is represented by the rationale of this decision, the rationale of European defense. It is, under current circumstances, very clear. The second platform, the second stage, is represented by the challenge of armament production capabilities, the internal market. What does it mean? It means that we need to create a single European market with our military production. We need to organize a common procurement of weapons because in this case it will be more effective and defense spending will be easier accepted by our fellow citizens. Number 3 is military mobility. We need to build, to improve, to strengthen our infrastructure, bridges, roads, airports, and the other elements of this infrastructure. Number 4, European DARPA. We all know that we are lagging behind not only of the United States, but also China. We need also an institution which will be able to promote advanced technologies in the military area as well. Number 4 is the need to fill strategic capability gaps. There are some areas in which we are behind of the others in Europe. Number 6, European Civil Protection Service, also important part of security of our citizens. Number 7, European military model. It will be very difficult, but necessary to decide how to build the coexistence of the national armies, common European forces, and coexistence as a part of the transatlantic alliance. We are focusing on this part of our defense pyramid in these days heavily. Number 8 is military operations. How to organize the work to be able to operate in time when it is needed. Institutional reform. For the first time, the European Commission is going to have the defense commissioner, Andrius Kubilius, a man of our political party, the former prime minister of Lithuania. But we need more institutional reforms to be ready and operational if needed. And let me say, the ice of the cake is represented by a very special challenge, nuclear. We should not avoid, we should not shy away of this very sensitive issue. We all rely on the United States, but we need also to build our European deterrence to curb not only Russia, but also some other adversaries. So, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to spend much time on this issue. If you are interested in this, please visit our website of the Martens Center, Wilfried Martens Center for European Studies, and you can read all measures, 81 concrete projects, which could create the puzzle which at the end of the day can function as a European defense or European army. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you all, us all, a nice morning and very inspiring discussions. Thank you very much.
Okay. I make it from here. First of all, I want to thank Mikuláš Dzurinda for his speech and his activities. Most of you know a little bit about him. He used to be the Slovak Prime Minister for 2 terms. And he was the one personality in between Mejia and Fico who led Slovakia not only into EU, but also into NATO, having had an enormous handicap compared to the others, to Poland, to Czechia, and to Hungary at that time. And it was only his personality who really managed to speed up this development process and to bring Slovakia into the Union. And I'm very glad to have him as a partner, not only because he represents the most important think tank for the leading faction in European Parliament. This is Martens Center, but also because he dares also to take up sensitive questions. It's not only the question, because it's always very difficult to keep the balance between European and transatlantic defense, and he does it in a perfect way. And at the other side, that the Institute really took up the question whether Europe should have even a nuclear defense. Why this could be important, I think this is the only think tank all over Europe who managed to present a highly qualified paper as a basis for discussion. Thank you so much, and we are looking forward to more intense cooperation even in the future. Why? Because as it was already outspoken, we're in a situation that the French-German axis obviously does not work as it should in order to lead Europe politically, economically, and also in other ways. But we will have maybe the chance when there will be a switch in Germany, together maybe with Poland, with Tusk as a prime minister, who really is engaged also in security policy. And we will have maybe the chance to, well, to build up also new structures in order to take the lead in Europe and to strengthen the developments. Okay, but also, of course, the question, where does Austria stand? And this is also one of the questions why we occupy ourselves very intensively with this question. We're not only engaged in European politics, but of course also the transatlantic question has become even more important since Sweden and Finland joined NATO. And of course the position of Austria has changed, and we have to ask ourselves whether we want to be outside of the discussion forum on security policy in Europe. And this is the major question. And I'm really happy that now we have our keynote speaker, an Austrian power lady, I have to say. Karoline Edtstadler, she started her life in Salzburg, and she studied also over there. And she studied law and started pretty early also a career in a ministry, already in the age of, with 30 years. She came to Vienna, joined the Ministry for Law, and afterwards she became a state secretary in the Ministry for Internal Affairs, and then our Minister for Constitution and European Affairs. Probably most of you have learned in the last days that, okay, she will also change the path of her life, at least a little bit, okay. But we are convinced that this lady certainly will have a very, very strong position also in the future in Austrian politics. And insofar, I now want to announce Karoline Edtstadler, Minister Karoline Edtstadler, to take the floor. Please, Mr.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Dear President, dear Werner, I may say you've always been a strong support, and I'm very happy that you invited me to this 28th European Forum in Vienna. Dear Ambassador, Emil, Brix, Excellencies, Presidents, former Commissions, ladies and gentlemen. I couldn't agree more to the chosen motto for this 28th European Forum, which is Europe's future, time to decide, time to act. Well, today we are here 3 days after the US elections and 5 months after the EU elections, and we still face a lot of challenges in Austria, but especially also in Europe and in the world. I would go so far to say that the European way of living is under threat from outside. When we think of the Russian war of aggression towards Ukraine, from a growing India, from the conflict in the Middle East. In German, we say Nahe Osten, Near East, and it's even more correct, I would say, because it's not far away from Austria. But we are also facing these challenges from inside. The economic transformation, the loss of competitiveness, the climate situation, the convenience of the welfare state. A lot of these things are under threat. And this is resulting in inflation and in high energy prices. If we look at the security situation, we heard already a lot, and there are people, like we heard Mikuláš, more competent to speak about this. But I'm sure also the former foreign minister, dear Werner, you are surveilling the situation quite intense because the situation also for us in Austria changed. And maybe you are also a bit jealous because the budget was brought to an enormous height compared to former years. And I think this is positive on the one hand, but on the other hand, it's simply necessary to have a bigger budget, to have a more important and better cooperation within the European Union when it comes to defense. And when it comes to our economy, I fully agree with the Mario Draghi report. This is going in the right direction. We must increase our competitiveness in Europe to keep up with China and with the US. There is a saying, the US is innovative, China is productive, and the EU is regulatory. And this is maybe a fact, but now we have to change it. That's why I'm so committed with the motto of this conference, time to decide, time to act. And I would like to appeal to you today as an always positive thinking person. Let's seize the opportunities and drive the positive change. When not now, when then? We need reforms, and I would like to focus on 2 points. First, we have to return to Europe's economic power. We have to make Europe able to withstand the pressure from China and from the US. It is needed that we protect our business location here in Europe and the jobs in the European Union. But this is only one pillar. The other pillar is that we need to go back to negotiate free trade agreements, fair free trade agreements, because we are not living on an island, not in Austria and not in Europe. We need to go back to a growth track. EU's backbone is the single market, but it's still not completed. There are a lot of obstacles for enterprises and companies engaging here in Europe. But we have a lot of positive things. We have a rule of law-based order. We have strong democracies. And we have the human rights. And this is our big asset. So Minister Kocher and I, we tried to create also a 10-point plan for the single market, and I presented it also in Europe, and I got a lot of positive notes from, I think, 17 or 18 other countries who were directly reacting to this 10 points plan, because it's logical to do so, but we have to say it and then let's act. This is my appeal to you, to us, to the European level, and also to all the politicians in the driving seats. We need the skilled workforce, we need the ability of sustainable and cheap energy, and it's the key to have a completed European single market. The second point is we have to put the geopolitical interests of Europe first. What do I mean with that? We want to be someone in the world. We want to be seen as one European Union. And we have, as I already mentioned, a lot of assets, from the human rights situation, from the strong democracies to the rule of law-based order. And we should also radiate this power to other regions, as the Western Balkan countries, also to the eastern part of Europe and to Africa. But this needs also that we are not doing foreign policy with the moral judgment. We need partnerships on the same level, and we need partnerships especially with countries who share the same values as we do. Thinking of Switzerland, of UK, of the US, of Australia, but also South America. And one of these points is also the already mentioned point of the stronger European defense. And if we go back in history only a few years, then we come to a point that all the ministers for foreign affairs and the defense ministers agreed on the strategic compact. We discussed about it very, very long, but suddenly it was possible to agree on it and to cooperate really closely in the field of defense, which was not the way and the thing before the war of aggression from Russia to Ukraine started. So that means obviously this pressure from outside made it possible to go really big steps forward, and this was very important. But when I'm talking about the geopolitical way of seeing the European Union and acting as a geopolitical partner, we also have to end illegal migration. We need a strong external border control. We need asylum procedures in third countries, and we need to do a lot more to bring the pact for asylum and migration to the ground. So there is still a lot of challenges and a heavy burden on the shoulders of our Austrian commissioner designated for the interior and migration. But we all have to work together and do the right things to give an answer to this really big issue of illegal migration and all the things coming along with it. And then I was also asked to say a few words on the EU enlargement. Austria, and you all know that, have always been a strong advocate for the enlargement process of the European Union. And this is not because it's for our own sake and because we are doing this because of being friendly to others. It's a question of security for the European Union, and it's also a question of credibility of the European Union. We made promises to the countries in the Western Balkan region, and we did not really keep them. But if I compare the situation when I started as a Minister for the EU and Constitution back in January 2020, the situation and the atmosphere changed completely. While in 2020 I had to ask for AOBs regularly in the General Affairs Council because it was simply not on the agenda, now it is completely clear that we need the enlargement process. It's common sense, and it's not the question if we are doing so, but it's the question how we can assist not only the countries of the Western Balkan, but also Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, and in the future also Georgia, in a better way, in a more effective way. And even if I know that the depression in the Western Balkan region is big, and people are not really believing that we want them as full member states in the European Union, and I heard a lot of people, and I go back to my time when I was working at the European Court of Human Rights in 2016 and 17. Before I became a politician, I was asked by Wolfgang Sobotka, by the way. I remember that phone call till the end of my life. A period of 7 years started at that time. But at that time, I had a lot of talks with people coming from the Western Balkans, and they were depressed already back in 2016 and 17. And I can feel this depression. However, I have to say the things also changed regarding these countries. There was a lot which we brought forward. We have now an EU growth plan for the Western Balkan countries with 6 billion euros by 2027. And this is important not only to do the reforms there, but also to bring the right infrastructure to the region. And Austria was a strong advocate also for Bosnia and Herzegovina. A historic decision was taken to get the candidate status for Bosnia and Herzegovina, a big step forward. I was in October, only a few weeks ago, in Luxembourg. We had the second IGC for Albania. They are doing a lot of reforms in their country. We have Montenegro as a front runner, and I still have the hope that they can become the 28th member state of the European Union. Okay, the foots are big because they have to succeed Great Britain, but anyway, it would be of importance, great importance for the whole region when we see that one country is really becoming a full member state. And of course, Ukraine and Moldova are pressing ahead with process despite all difficulties and despite the still ongoing war in Ukraine. So what do I want to say with that? Let's keep positive. There were steps forwards, and there will further steps forwards, and it's important for us and for these regions around the European Union. So lots of challenges ahead. Time to decide, time to act. And I think the European Commission knows quite well that they have to put the economic situation and also the geopolitical situation on the spot of their agenda. Austria will remain a driving force for a strong and sovereign European Union, so that the European way of living is no longer under pressure, but a role model also for other regions around the European Union. Thank you so much, especially dear Werner, for the invitation. I wish you fruitful and stimulating discussions today. And yes, I hope that we will keep in touch wherever I go in the future. Thank you so much.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, first of all, thank you very much, Minister Edtstadler, for your inspiring and very honest opening speech. During a time where it's necessary to act and to decide, it is also of crucial importance to act in changing circumstances, in evolving situations. Not only on the European level, this is necessary to react spontaneously to unforeseen circumstances, but also in organizing events such as this. Therefore, I have to tell you that, unfortunately, Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova, Ms. Gerasimov, could not make it today due to unforeseen, very spontaneous changes. However, we have a great alternative, and therefore it is my great pleasure to welcome the Chief of Staff to the President of Moldova, Mr. Adrian Balutel, to give also welcoming remarks. And let me start by introducing you by also congratulating your President, Maia Sandu, for the re-election last Sunday. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Dear Minister, dear ministers, professors, ambassadors, it's a great pleasure for me to be back here. I'm an optimist by nature, so I'll try not to paint a bleak picture. But Republic of Moldova, in the elections that we went through, faced the heaviest attack on our democracy and on the electoral process. Police, but also investigative journalists, unveiled the biggest buyout documented in history of Moldova and probably history of Europe. There are 130,000 documented vote buying exercises carried on by Russia through its proxies and through a Russian bank, sanctioned bank, Pромсвязьбанк. That was unprecedented, and it was on top of what we all know as a hybrid war, of a massive waves of disinformation, fake news, fake candidates, and so on. According to our calculations, Russia spent somewhere around $200 million for this operation. And that is, the bad news is that it's not going to stop. Ultimately, we were able to succeed. We were able to have the majority of Moldovan citizens vote yes for the referendum on EU orientation. So our EU aspirations are now part of the Moldovan constitution. And that will ensure, hopefully, that we will never get back on discussing where shall Moldova go. And we, for once, decided that we go and our way is to Europe. And we won presidential elections. It was a hard-fought battle, but through a narrow escape, we have succeeded. Now, for us, it's the time to decide just passed, and we get a very clear mandate from the citizens of Moldova to act. And there are three core elements that we should act upon now. First of all, it's the rule of law and justice sector reform. What we have witnessed in these elections was mostly due to the fact that despite of investigations, journalist investigation, police unveiling all this terror upon Moldovan democracy, judges released most or did not act upon most of the cases or released those involved in these cases. Our justice reform have been producing some results in the past years, but it's way too slow and way too inefficient. And in the upcoming weeks and months, we'll have to improve dramatically the way how we address the justice sector reform. and more specifically the integrity within the justice sector. Second element, and that's not only about Moldova, but about European Union as well, it's our EU integration path. There is a very clear understanding that majority of the people in Moldova support the EU integration. Without an effort to buy around 10% of the votes in the country, the result would have been different. The result would have been around 60%, and I invite all of you to come visit Moldova and feel that people feel European on the streets. And people aspire to become member of the European Union. Even those most skeptical accept the benefits and desire a model of living that is European. So we will continue a very clear path on fulfilling, or a clear path on opening the negotiations, on implementing all the needed reforms, on upscaling our capabilities in order to do so. But in this context, I would like to draw the attention on the importance of the EU and member states to understand that the enlargement is a crucial element for safeguarding democracy, both in Europe and in the countries that want to become part of the European Union. Because most of all, the enlargement means that democracy is not retreating. It means that there is an aspiration to promote and to develop the EU transformative power across what is now European Union and to enlarge. And I want to make it very clear, the attack on the Moldovan democracy that we have faced was not an effort from Russia and its proxies to promote some isolated interest in Moldova. It happened for two reasons. It happened for the fact that Russia wants a strategic influence and a strategic position of controlling Moldova in order to affect further the war that it unveils in Ukraine. And it will pose an even greater danger for Ukraine in case they would succeed, and if they would have succeeded in these elections, but also to deter European capacity to showcase that it is a power, and it's a power that can bring good to the people. So in this context, enlargement is as important as never, both as a shown and as an element of strength of the European Union, but also an element of hope in the countries that aspire to be European. The third element that we should act upon now, and we have a very clear message from the citizens, is the economic power and welfare. Most of the things and of the possibilities of Russia, China, to attack and to exploit the vulnerabilities come from the inflations that we all have seen in our countries. Come from the fact that we are in a position where citizens demand justly more prosperity, more benefits of the democracy. They want to see that it works, and we have to make it work. So in Moldova, another element, a third element that will be a core priority, it will be to improve our economic growth that was heavily altered, by the way, by the Russian war in Ukraine. We had a 35% inflation. We had almost no economic growth in the past 2 years, and we will desperately need EU to step up in this regard. And the growth plan, it's a very good point to start, and we hope that we will be able to exploit more opportunities together with member states, both at the EU level but also on the bilateral. And here I want, as a footnote, to mention how much Austria is important for us and how much we cherish the support that Austria have been giving to Moldova, also bilaterally, but also in terms of supporting our EU aspiration. Thank you so much for that. Last but not least, I want to refer to our capacities in terms of security. Moldova in the past years have been upgrading its security capabilities. Moldova is a neutral country and will continue to do so despite of the disinformation that the EU integration means renouncing of the neutrality, which was one of the main narratives in this campaign in the last several weeks in Moldova. But we need to invest in security. We need, despite of political cycles, to continue to support Ukraine, and we, as small as we are, we will continue to do so. And if we can continue, the bigger, the stronger, the countries that are well off are obliged to do so. Because the moment when we will retract our support, or we will condition our support for Ukraine based on some internal political cycles or political situations in our countries, that will mean a heavy win for Russia. And we need to do everything to prevent that. We need to have a vision that is beyond these political cycles, with a clear understanding that appeasement does not lead to peace and has never led to peace. So to conclude, it's really time to decide and time to act. And I would really like to stress the act, because we all are here in Europe and in this room connected with the same values, connected with the same vision. There is not much to debate about it. Let's debate on how we act upon the pressing issues that will determine how things will look from now on. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Martens. I'm a member of the board of the AIES, and I have the great honor to introduce our next speaker, Oleksij Reznikov, the former 17th Minister of Defense of Ukraine from November 21 to September 23. Mr. Reznikov comes from the really beautiful town of Lviv. We in German say Lemberg, and certainly one of the most beautiful towns in Central Europe. His parents were academics, but related to sports. That's why he is in such a good shape. His father was a master of acrobatics, if Wikipedia is correct. And his mother was a master of rhythmic gymnastics. And he studied at the University of Lviv. And to come back in his bio, we start with the latest function I already mentioned. From November 21 to September 23, the 17th Minister of Defense of Ukraine, the third civilian Minister of Defense. And you know yourself, if you look at the time, November 21 to start, in February 22, it all then started with the war. And throughout the first months and years of the war, Mr. Reznikov was in this extremely challenging position. Before that, from March 20 to November 21, he was Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Reintegration of the temporarily occupied territories of Ukraine, i.e. of the Donbass, and also of Crimea. He was also Deputy Mayor of another beautiful city of Kiev from 2014 to 2018. As I already mentioned, Oleksij Reznikov is a lawyer, and in 2004, he was one of the lawyers of the then candidate of the president of Ukraine, Viktor Yushchenko, who were able to prove in the Supreme Court the fact of the falsification of the election results by another candidate, infamous candidate, Viktor Yanukovych. And as a result of this, a revoting took place and Yushchenko became the president of Ukraine. Oleksij Reznikov is an honored lawyer of Ukraine. As a lawyer, he was practicing much in alternative dispute resolution. And due to the fact that he managed to bring most of the conflict cases to a peaceful settlement, he received the nickname Peacemaker. In this context, Peacemaker is also our connection, because I had the great pleasure when I was the head of the so-called trilateral contact group in Minsk, the negotiations for the OSCE, the negotiations between Ukraine, Russia, and I always call it the so-called separatist of the Donbass. In Minsk, Oleksij Reznikov was the deputy head of the Ukrainian delegation, together with President Kuchma, the former President Kuchma. And I had the personal luck and pleasure to work with him. And really, Oleksij Reznikov tried to also be a peacemaker in Minsk and to work under these extremely difficult conditions in the talks in Minsk. After leaving office, and there is a life after office, he is now teaching office as the Minister of Defense. He's now teaching at several universities in Ukraine. He's a member of the GlobSec team as a distinguished fellow. And not without surprise, he was invited to the United States, giving lectures at the American University of Washington, D.C., of the not unfamous universities of Berkeley, Stanford, Harvard, MIT, and he was also a speaker in Tokyo, Munich, Vilnius, and Tel Aviv. And now we have the honor and pleasure to have Oleksij Reznikov here with us in the Diplomatic Academy. Please, thank you very much.
Dear friends, thank you very much. I'm grateful for the opportunity to address this wonderful audience, ministers, ambassadors, colleagues, director, and certainly Martin Sajdik, thank you for your idea. It was a tremendous idea to invite me here. I hope you will not in a bad mood after that. So, Madame Karoline was in Kiev when it was one of the nights which became a normal standard of life for Ukrainians. She was in Kiev when it was again new Russian rockets, missiles attack to our capital. So she knows what it means to be on a shelter. Because for us, it's a normal standard of life. My wife phoned me today morning and told me she spent this night in a shelter together with our cats. So, and we discussed that, okay, what's the next? Well, next I have a AIES treaty. So she went to the AIES treaty after the normal standard night in a shelter. So our meeting take place against the backdrop of the events that would have been as impossible a brief few years ago. Like the United States elections campaign shows curiosity about the future of transatlantic cooperation. Or let's say I don't think anybody could have predicted that the Ukrainian army on its defensive operation on the Russian territory in the Kursk Oblast would be on the brink of clashes with the North Koreans. This is happening not far from the Vienna. This is happening in Europe. The North Korean army is already on Europe. It was invited by Russia, which relies on military assistance from Iran, support from China, and believes that Taliban to be its partner. This is the new reality. They show the scope of the challenges. And none of the security institutions, not on the UN, not the OSCE, not the NATO, had been ready for that. The recent visit of the UN Secretary General Guterres to Kazan for the Brix summit, where he shook hands with an international criminal, is a symbol of the moral degradation of the structure that holds preventing wars and stopping evil to be its missions. This is an equivalent of world leaders shaking hands with a Hitler, not in 1938, but in 1942, 1943. We have all seen the forces loyal to the Kremlin receive strong results at the elections in Georgia, Sakartvelo, and Moldova. These electoral results cast doubt on Tbilisi's further path toward to the European Union. In both these countries, pro-Russian forces had actively employed comparison in their campaigning. Look what Russia did to Ukraine, which aspires to European integration and espouses European values. No agreements, no Budapest Memorandum, no deals had helped. The whole world sees it. This creates a completely new security context, and the EU has to develop to respond to it. Strong decisions regarding support for Ukraine are one facet on this response. Let me note 8 observations, grounding on my personal life last 2 years after the full-scale invasion. First, the toughest challenge facing the democratic countries on the eve of future conflicts is recognizing threats and making decisions regarding their response to them. Russia has demonstrated how the so-called sub-threshold acts of aggressions can be used. Literally, anything can be weaponized, including migrants, religions, organizations, navigation routes, freedom of speech, food access, and supply chains of various raw materials. So we have to change our mindset, because migrants, they used them as a weaponry from their territory to the Finland, from the territory of their proxies, Belarus, to the Lithuania and Poland. So otherwise, we will not be able to recognize the security threats that can be masked as a humanitarian crisis, elements of the political process, or something else. The second observation is linked to the previous point. The threat of cognitive warfare is increasing. We discussed with my colleague, Dr. Hadeto Tamabechi in Tokyo. He has set up his cognitive laboratory, and he seeing 10 years what's going on between China and Taiwan. So cognitive warfare became the key point of this current war. I mean the warfare that affects our capacity to process information and draw conclusions. This is especially relevant in view of the AI capabilities. Barely a day passes without the news about manipulations involving deep fakes. I have a personal examples, a lot of them. Cognitive warfare is becoming another domain of wars. In this sphere, the opponent is trying to turn democratic freedoms into a vulnerability. Free societies with elective powers accountable to their citizens are vulnerable to propaganda and disinformation. Third, the cyberspace. The attack on Ukraine in 2022 in February started with a massive cyber attack. The missiles and tanks followed its steps. The cyber groups created by or allied with the enemy states are an increasing cross-border threat. Our expectations of our own defensive and offensive capabilities in the cyberspace should increase accordingly. In general, the factors I mentioned are weapons of influence. To meet these challenges, we need political institutions of a new quality as well as technical and technological solutions. What is of crucial importance here is to change our approach from merely responding to threats to taking proactive steps. Otherwise, dictatorships will have an advantage. Proactive, preventative measures have to be activated at the first instance of sub-threshold aggression. I mean sanctions and more. Let's proceed to combat. 4. Russia reminded the world of the fact that many had forgotten. Autocratic regimes don't care about casualties. Autocracies don't have a limit to acceptable losses. Political expediency is the name of the game. So we saw a lot of crawling, attacking, offensive campaign from the Russian side when they're using their manpower as a cannon fodder. They're using so-called meat grinder tactics. Then they're trying to grab small village or small point on a map. It's enough to amass high-precision weapons. It's not enough to amass high-precision weapons capable of destroying command centers or logistics. The war against authoritarian states turns into a real zombie horror. 5. This is one of the last, if not the last, war where you will see large manpower in direct combat. War is increasingly turning into a competition between robotic systems as well as automated control systems. Manufacture and maintenance of unmanned systems is the quantities commensurate with the number of artillery shells of manpower in the order of the day. One FPV drones costs as maximum $500. One artillery shell, for example, 155 millimeter caliber at NATO standard, costs as minimum 3,000 euros. But normally in this market it could be 5,000 euros. So Ukrainian soldiers using 2 FPV drones, maybe 3 maximum, against Russian tanks, which cost $8–12 million. Just imagine, $1,500 against $12 million. Or you have used as minimum 2 artillery shells, it means $6,000 or $10,000, and you will not be lucky if you have to engage them. So this would entail changing many civilian policies and military doctrines. 6. The current approach to conducting combat operations foregrounds the increasingly of automation and sovereignization. Obviously, technologies capable of machine learning put on an advantage. We have to keep it in mind. 7th, the interval between technological growth spurts has decreased dramatically. Iron swords, battle carriers, gunpowder, jets, nuclear weapons, etc. All these have been described as the game changers. The interval before a successive game changer was invented decreased every time. It may be down 2 months now. Every 3 months we see on the battlefield new invention, new approach, new steps, new idea, new realization. 2.5 years ago, Ukrainian Neptune missiles destroyed the flagship of the Russian Black Sea Fleet, the cruiser with the funny name Moskva. And today, in the Black Sea, on the bottom, we have wreck. I call it very future, very famous dive spot or dive site for diving. So I invite you to join me, and we will see the museum on the bottom of the Black Sea. So 100 years ago, Japanese fleet did the same. They sunk Russian flagship cruiser near the Tsushima. After 100 years, in April 2022, Ukrainians did the same. So today, Ukrainian drones have de facto neutralized the entire Black Sea fleet of Russia. Thanks to this, it was possible to unblock the ports of Odessa, and it allowed us to open the grain corridor and deliver Ukrainian grains, deliver Ukrainian sunflower oils to the Africa countries, Asia countries, and other parts of the world. So it's a humanitarian operation. We are witnessing new game changers every 6 to 9 months. This brief stage that last mere months have the same dramatic impact on the style and methods of combat as replacing arrows with automatic rifles. If an invention takes a long time and a lot of money to develop, it will lose its efficiency. Those who adopt, evolve, and invest in cutting-edge technologies will have a significant, partially indomitable advantage on the battlefield. This is both inspiring and alarming. Our enemy is cruel and inhumane, but he is far from stupid. Modern warfare does not just consume the R&D sector benefits, it generates them. And eighth, the slow and unwieldy defense systems are the arrows and early cannons in the war of robots and gadgets. Democracy are slow. If your decision-making is slow, if your institutions are slow, that means you are dead in a wartime. The EU has extended colossal amounts of assistance and support to Ukraine, and we are deeply grateful, but you have to be more quicker, more faster with your reactions. Ukraine's advantage that we got at a staggering cost is the experience of modern warfare against a highly technological army of an authoritarian state. But I always trying to describe this situation. A lot of people were sure that Kyiv will fall during 72 hours or during 3 days, because it was a misperception that it would be clash between big Soviet army and small Soviet army. This was a mistake. This was a cognitive bias, also in Washington, D.C., also in Pentagon. But in reality, we see the picture of the Bible story about the David and Goliath. When David used sling, he used a special weapon, stone and slings, and monster fall down. No single other country in the world shares this experience. We can strengthen the coalition that defends democracy. We need to remember that Russians are actively learning too. General Tivoli, the supreme commander of the NATO forces in Europe, recently noted that the Russian army will come out with this war stronger. It will have hundreds of thousands of soldiers experienced in modern combat. Everything that they know will also be known to China, Iran, and North Korea. Everyone sees that this is not about the Ukraine and Russia. This is about authoritarian dictatorships wanting to impose the new world order based on the rule of force. Because for them, the main logo sounds, the might is right. They're living in this mindset. Authoritarian countries created a coalition very quickly. They have to be stopped in Ukraine. Otherwise, we will see conflagration across the entire globe. Many say that the war needs to be stopped with the negotiations. A just and sustainable peace in Ukraine is impossible without two things: establishing a balance of powers and worldviews, finding a solution acceptable to the Ukrainian society. We have surprised the world multiple times. Therefore, no scenario based on ultimatums or forcing us to capitulate will not work. Experience demonstrates that you need two basic components for successful negotiation: trust and guarantees, and a clear model of post-war coexistence. Ukraine has very bad experience when it comes to trust. In exchange for the Budapest Memorandum, we have given up the largest nuclear arsenal in the world, our strategic aviation, and the missiles that Russia is now using to kill our children and women in the cities far from the front. One of the guarantors of the Budapest Memorandum of our security, Russia, openly attacked us in 2014, and others stood by and did nothing. My colleague from the Moldova used hybrid war sentences. Yes, they started hybrid war in Crimea in 2014. After 2014, we got the Normandy format and the Minsk agreement based on the constructive ambiguity approach. We had esteemed intermediaries, France, Germany, the OSCE. None of that had helped, unfortunately. Even amazing Martin also as well. Because Moscow did not want to negotiate and there were not levers to force it. I experienced this because I was a part of this negotiation, as you know, after the Martin speech. The Ukrainian society will not accept a deal without very tangible and concrete guarantees. Russians don't trust us either. They committed many crimes and fear revenge. They know what we are capable of. Someone has to sit with us at our end of the table, and someone has to be on the Russian side. Who will that be? The United States, the EU, Brix, China? That is an open question. And now, on the substance of guarantees, NATO membership is one option. Another option is a bi- or multilateral deal detailing direct obligation to support Ukraine should Russia violate its side of the deal. Not promises to hold consultations, but concrete steps. No new concerns. Weapons, financial support, closing the sky with the air defenses, crushing sanctions against Russia, etc. Without that, there will not be any results. And now on the main question, what can be done? It's very good that the West is allowing itself to talk not just about support, but about Ukraine's victory. But nobody dares to voice a scenario for Russia's defeat. Simultaneously, you believe that we can, Ukrainians win, but you still cannot to say that Russia should be defeated, especially in Washington, D.C., especially after the very famous Bush Sr. In 1991 that American newspaper called Chicken Kiev speech. Then Bush Sr. tried to keep Soviet Union as a big Russia empire. They're still living in this mindset. And we need to change it. There is certain inertia that prevents the establishment from seeing the situation realistically. The risk lies in the very nature of the Russian regime that only sees the world through the prism of expansion by force. We need to be proactive. In essence, we have the choice between an uncontrolled collapse in Russia or launching a controlled process for their neutralization. The essence of the process would be a change of the political regime in Russia. Establishing international control over Russia's nuclear arsenal would prevent the risk of its illegal proliferation. If control over resources is moved to the regional level in collaboration with the international partners, it would prevent Russia from weaponizing energy carriers and ensure stability on international markets. Distribution of resources, destruction of the Kremlin mafia, and involving the regions and international economic relations are better precautions against radicalization. Establishing an international tribunal for Russian criminals and the denazification of Russia are necessary preconditions to ensure sustainable results. To crush Kremlin regime on the battlefield is the best way to launch the transformation of Russia. And that is possible. Ukraine has proven as much. All we need is the sufficient and timely support. For those who fear the Kremlin blackmails, let me remind you that Kremlin threatened all sorts of punishments for NATO extensions. Sweden and Finland joined NATO. Russia has got thousands new kilometers of their border with the NATO allies. What was the Kremlin response? Nothing. The Ukrainian army entered Kursk Oblast, or Kursk district. What was the Kremlin response? Nothing. I discussed with the 3 generals, I mean Ukrainian generals, Border State Service, Special Security Service, and Airborne Forces. I asked them only one question. Do you have any evidence that civilian population on the Russia territory, I mean Kursk Oblast, providing some kind of guerrilla warfare, some kind of partisans, resilience and resistance activity? The answer, 0. 0. Nothing. Because Ukrainian defenders had already destroyed the military potential that the Kremlin has been amassing since the Soviet era for an advance on Europe. So they lost their professional core in their armed forces. So they will need as minimum 5, maybe 7 years to restore, to rebuild their capacity. So it is no coincidence that support for Ukraine is the best investment into the security of Europe. From my experience of negotiating with the Russians, I know that they are pragmatics. Martens also know that they are pragmatics. So they certainly don't play to die in nuclear ashes. Russians have only one tactic, to push until they get pushed back. The moment they encounter resistance, they stop and back down. If Kremlin see the actions that they perceive as a weakness, they will risk escalation elsewhere around the globe with their allies that we call axis of evil. So there is no time to be wasted. Thank you for your attention. I'm open for their questions.
Mr. Minister, thank you so much for your presentation. That was more than highly interesting. Unfortunately, we will not have time to ask specific questions, but I just want to congratulate you all also to your professional achievements. Everybody who has read Clausewitz knows how important surprise action is in warfare. And I think there was nobody around the world who was not surprised about the performance of Ukraine, the Ukrainian army, when there was the Russian invasion. Nobody could believe it, that you could withstand. I just have one very small question. And I just ask you for a very short answer. What was the reason that you managed to the surprise of everybody, the Europeans, the Americans, the Russians, the Chinese, everybody, maybe even the Ukrainians, that you could withstand in these first days the Russian invasion? Please, just give us a few...
Short reaction, but you know, when you become a lawyer, you're always lawyer. You want to stop lawyer, you have to kill him. So, but I will try to be shorter. So, Ukrainians are Europeans, like you. And we have a common and joint values. But sometimes, when you will need to choose, we saw the pyramid here on it. I remind the pyramid of Maslow, all human needs. And normally, we have, if you will choose between two values, security and liberty or freedom, some European country will choose security and will pay by their freedom, like it was during the Second World War. Some capitals of European countries gave up to the Hitler orcs. Ukrainians, if we will have to choose between security and freedom and liberty, we will choose freedom and liberty, and we will pay by our securities. That's why our grandma fulfilled the cocktail Molotov battle at the February 2022, and their grandsons were ready to drop this cocktail Molotov to the Russian tanks. That's why we stopped them, and we will win this war. Thank you.
Mr. Minister, once again, thank you so much. I could listen to you not only minutes, but hours. Okay, we have to have some progress now in our program, and it's a great pleasure for me now to announce a state woman that certainly has quite an impressive career. It is Outi Holopainen, Under Secretary of State in Finland. And even if she still is a young stateswoman, she has already quite some diplomatic experience. 36 years, as far as I know, because already in 1988, she joined as a lawyer the Ministry for Foreign Affairs. And then, of course, she had different functions. She served in Germany and in Sweden, and she became Director of Arms Control and also afterwards for security policy and crisis management, already going into this direction. She became ambassador in Lisbon and in Addis Ababa. And she also became the Inspector General for the Foreign Service, more or less already indicating that, okay, she was at the top of diplomacy in her country. So far, it really is a great, great pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for coming, and we are listening now. How is the situation in Finland after the invasion, after the decision having taken to join NATO? Is there any regret in the population? What are people thinking? What is the administration thinking? Please take the floor.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and really, since I entered the diplomatic career already during the Cold War, so it gives me also some personal perspective to the recent history of Europe and of diplomacy. Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me here, and it's really an honor to join the distinguished speakers of this session and add to the discussion some elements from the Finnish perspective. The theme of this event, Europe's future, is of course highly relevant also because we are entering for the new institutional cycle in the European Union. And of course we have high expectations. But let me start by saying a few words about Finland's response to the topical security situation in Europe, and then I will turn to the European agenda, which I was also asked to say something about. So after the launch of Russia's full-scale invasion against Ukraine in February 22, Finland quickly drew a conclusion and applied for NATO membership, as you know. So really, there was the time to decide and there was the time to act. Finland joined the alliance in April 23. It was a very speedy process. It was a very speedy process to decide, but then it was also a very speedy process to really materialize the membership. And that was thanks to the very smooth cooperation with our to-be allies. We received a lot of support from different capitals, not least from Washington. So that enabled us to proceed very quickly. And of course, we felt kind of a dilemma. We saw that there was kind of a gray zone after we had applied for the membership, but we were not under the umbrella, security umbrella of NATO. But there was also a very strong public and parliamentary support at home. And it is also good to remember that also this happened very quickly. In Finland, there was for decades already discussion about a possible NATO membership. And there were a few political parties that were openly pro-membership. And there were, of course, many people among the population who thought that that would be our place and our natural home in the global setting. But the majority was against. they thought that this was our position in Europe was good, and that was how we should preserve that. But then what Putin's army did in February 24th in 22, everything changed dramatically, and almost overnight the polls changed completely, and the political parties were completely united about the approach. And this is still there. So there is a huge majority of population, there is a full support from the political parties. We think that that was the right decision to make, and we are completely happy with our choice. Of course, it has been a very interesting journey during the past year and a half. We thought that we know NATO very well. We had been partners, close partners to NATO for a long time, for 30 years. We had been in NATO operations in Afghanistan, in Kosovo. We had been in all possible activities, involved in all possible activities that were offered to partners. And we thought that we already know this organization. But then when we entered the Union, we realized that there were many doors that opened to us, and we didn't even know that those doors exist. So it really made a difference, and it has been an exciting journey also for us diplomats and of course our colleagues in the Ministry of Defense and Defense Forces. As you know, Finland has always put a lot of effort on our national defense. We have a strong army, we have a conscript army. Things about defense and hard security are not foreign to us, so we are very familiar with issues and topics of national defense, and now we are integrating this defense to NATO structures. But since we are in Vienna and also the word neutrality has been mentioned several times, so let me just explain our approach. So, of course, becoming a militarily allied country meant a historic shift in Finland's approach. Since during the times of the Cold War, the policy of neutrality was for us a means to manage in a difficult geopolitical setting. But already when Finland joined the European Union in 1995, together with Austria and Sweden, we actually stopped referring to ourselves as a neutral country. We thought that by entering the Union, we had already chosen our side, and we started to label ourselves as being a militarily allied country. Now we are a militarily allied country. But Finland joined NATO because we saw the need to further invest in our own security. Finland, and this is something that we want to underline to our European partners, but not least to our global partners. So Finland's NATO membership is not directed against any country, neither is it meant to be a provocation. It is for our security. I also want to underline that the NATO membership does not change the long-term foundations of Finland's foreign policy. Our aim remains the same. We aim to contribute to peace and stability in the world and promote sustainable development. We foster international law and multilateralism. And part of that will be also our OSCE chairpersonship next year. And our foreign and security policy is based on the same values as before: rule of law, human rights, equality, and democracy. And this brings me to the main topic of my speech, the European Union. The fact that Finland is now an active member in NATO in no way diminishes the value of the European Union in our eyes. On the contrary, for us, the EU remains the most important political and economic frame of reference and community of values, and the more turbulent the world around us, the higher the expectations towards the EU cooperation. The EU is operating in a global environment that is characterized by increasingly complex security issues, growing strategic competition and polarization, and problems that concern the whole of humanity, such as climate change and biodiversity loss. The strong linkage of technology and economy to security has become evident. At the same time, we see the number of conflicts in the world rising and existing conflicts escalating, as is the case in our neighborhood in the Middle East. The humanitarian toll in Gaza, Lebanon, Sudan, and in many more conflict settings is devastating. For Europe directly, the security landscape has changed dramatically, as we know. Russia's continuing war against Ukraine is the most serious and direct threat to European security, and as we see it, Russia poses a long-term threat, and we need to prepare for that. Russia's aggression is not limited to the territory of Ukraine. Different hybrid influencing tools are used to escalate outside of the war zone. The impact is felt in different parts of Europe, also further away from the border to Russia. Russia aims to split our societies, create instability, and end our support to Ukraine. In Finland, for example, we have the very recent example of instrumentalized migration and GPS interference and many other things. But against this background, it is clear that we need to keep security high on the European agenda, and we have to do more for our own security, and this is regardless of the policies of different US administrations. The EU should play a major role in providing the framework for European security and defense cooperation and as a provider of comprehensive security. Many tools and commitments are already in place to help us accelerate EU's defense and security cooperation, which we see complementing NATO, not competing with it. The strategic compass for security and defense was already mentioned by the Austrian ministers, and actually that was approved in the wake of Russia's full-scale invasion. But that demonstrates the EU's growing ambitions as a capable security provider. But in the current security environment, developing our preparedness is important for the resilience of our societies. At the end of October, Commission received Finland's former President Niinistö's report, Safer Together, on how to enhance Europe's civilian and defense preparedness and readiness. It underscores the need for a comprehensive approach to crises, integrating civil and military response and aligning member state actions. Finland has also put forward the Preparedness Union initiative, but all of this will only make a difference when put into practice. In Finland, our preparedness is based on a very well-established cooperation model where authorities, businesses, NGOs and citizens work closely together. And I can say that there is now a flow of visitors from different parts of Europe coming to Finland and studying more our model. The EU is proceeding quite well in building deterrence and resilience against hybrid influencing. The activation of the EU's hybrid toolbox and approval of new hybrid sanctions regime are concrete tools and strong signals. In addition, several national and EU legislative proposals are in place or incoming. Another key issue for Europe in the coming years is, as also the Austrian minister reminded us of, competitiveness. We need to be able to respond to global competition and challenges, as well as make use of the opportunities of the new geopolitical environment. Well-functioning and competitive internal market is the key for EU success and strategic competitiveness. Market-driven solutions and principles of open and rules-based trade should remain the mainstay. Competitiveness links to security. We need to see security from a broad perspective in which economic competitiveness, social and ecological resilience, technological competence, new innovations, and the identification and management of strategic dependencies play a central role. By being competitive, we can better play a role in the world around us and influence the rules and norms that are being developed.
Excuse me, madam, would you please pull the microphone?
Oh, sorry. Is this better? Okay. The EU must also further develop its ability to prevent conflicts, build peace, and strengthen international security.
Take this a little. Is it better?
Thank you. So, is it better now? Okay, very good. So the EU must further develop its ability to prevent conflicts, build peace, and strengthen international security in a comprehensive manner in its neighborhood and beyond. And as we see the situation around us, many would say that we have not lived to the expectations. By countering security threats like terrorism, cross-border organized crime, and human trafficking and smuggling, we try to alleviate human distress in societies affected by crisis, but we also make Europe safer. To address complex crises effectively and comprehensively, the EU must fully deploy its integrated approach. This means ensuring that the EU's military and civilian crisis management tools, as well as development cooperation and humanitarian assistance, are well coordinated in order to achieve the best possible impact on the ground. The EU's comprehensive toolbox can make a difference. Security and prosperity cannot be built in isolation. We need partnerships, like the one with NATO and the UK. The EU-US partnership will remain the most important strategic partnership for us. Europe must also be attractive to its global partners, a security provider and a competitive market open for trade and investment. We should seek mutually beneficial partnerships across the world. To stay relevant in the eyes of our global partners, we need to find ways to respond to their concerns. Global Gateway Initiative is one such instrument that can give a real stake for our partners to deepen the cooperation with the EU. On the basis of my own recent experience as Finland's ambassador in Africa, I can say that we should be better at listening and communicating. But we need the rest of the world to work with us in responding to global challenges and in maintaining the credibility of the rules-based international system. Ensuring the relevance of the UN will require a response to the requests of Africa and others on how to increase their representation in the Security Council. Finland's President Alexander Stubb made a proposal in this regard in his ANGA speech in New York in September. Our strength as Europeans and long-term stability is based on values: respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law, and respect for human rights. It is key that we continue the long-standing policy promoting the rule of law and anti-corruption work in the EU. In the face of the increasing strategic competition and shifting geopolitical dynamics, we need more than ever a globally strong and well-functioning European Union. The best way for us to ensure that Europe is heard loud and clear is to speak with one voice. It is good news that the EU remains attractive to those European countries that are still outside of the Union. In the current geopolitical setting, the EU enlargement is linked to security and stability on our continent. At the same time, the process needs to be based on full completion of membership criteria, with rule of law reforms and a well-functioning market economy paving the way to the Union. This merit-based approach is ultimately in the interest of both the acceding countries and EU member states. The EU must also internally prepare for the next enlargement. We need to make sure that the union of 30 plus members will be an even more powerful actor globally. But before concluding, let me highlight the most urgent task that we have in relation to Europe's future, and that is, of course, support to Ukraine. We commend the bravery of Ukrainians in the face of Russia's illegal, brutal aggression. It is crucial that the European Union and us, member states, stay united in our support to Ukraine. Ukraine deserves our full support as it continues to defend its independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. This is about the fundamental principles of the UN Charter, and this is also very concretely about the European security order. And Europe has done a lot. European Union and its member states have so far provided Ukraine with 118 billion euros of support, of which more than 43 billion euros is military aid. This is a significant number, but we need more. We need a credible long-term commitment, and we need to make sure that we need to ensure Europe's ability to continue to support Ukraine. The Ukraine Assistance Fund under the European Peace Facility is a good example how European Union has managed to go forward. And the EU's military assistance mission in support of Ukraine has already trained approximately 60,000 Ukrainian service members, primarily in Germany and Poland. The EU has been able to launch a robust sanctions regime for Russia, but we need to work further in order to widen the scope of sanctions and to more effectively tackle the sanctions circumvention. Evidence from the battlefield shows that too many Western microchips and other electronics end up in the Russian military-industrial complex. At the same time, we will need to demand Russia's accountability for the crime of aggression and for the crimes against international law committed during its invasion of Ukraine, and hold Russia liable for all the damage it has made. We welcome the steps on using the revenues from immobilized Russian assets. It is clear, as we heard, that we would like to see peace rather sooner than later. However, it has to be a sustainable peace, a just peace for Ukraine, a peace that is based on the principles of UN Charter. The peace formula presented by President Zelensky contains the key elements for this. We cannot afford to give in to the aggressor, since it probably would only encourage further aggression and set a dangerous global precedent. To conclude, more than ever, we need the European Union, its comprehensive set of policies, and its value-based response to the current challenges in our region and globally. Indeed, it is time to decide and act.
Thank you so much for your speech, for your presentation, and also for remembering us, you know. On the one hand, you stated very clearly, NATO membership for Finland does mean more security. You also stated the importance of cooperation within Europe. We have to be aware that only 18% of the European armament market are produced in Europe, which means that 82% go outside. And this is not only a question of armament and of efficiency in warfare. This does mean that as long as we don't have a common armament market, Europe will have a technological gap that becomes bigger and deeper every day, compared to China, compared to America, compared also to Russia. This is the fact, which means that if we want to play a role politically, economically, and also in security terms, this is the way that we have to take. Insofar, thank you very much. And at the end, you also reminded us, you know, most important question for us will be the Ukrainian question. We have to stand up and we have to bring the performance that is necessary. This is the basis for the future European development. Thank you very much. And now I'm looking at our director. He is getting already a little bit nervous due to the. You have exactly now 15 minutes of taking a coffee, and then we go into two very interesting panels. Thank you very much for your attention. So, almost everybody has taken So now we do have two panels, one on the situation in Eastern Europe and the other one immediately following thereafter on the Middle East situation. And of course, both topics are not only highly interesting, but also very important for Europe. We have not lost time, but we have shortened the possibilities for discussion a little bit, and insofar we will try to do it in a compact way, because we have to end very clearly with lunch at 2 o'clock. Everybody is invited to take part at our lunch afterwards. So far, if you are hungry already, you will not have to starve. You can now listen very openly to our discussion. Okay, and I will start with Andreas Umland. Andreas Umland is an analyst at the Stockholm Center for Eastern European Studies at the Swedish Institute of International Affairs, based in Kiev. He has, quite a history, you know, an academic one with Cambridge and Oxford, Free University in Berlin and Stanford and Harvard in different activities and so on. And insofar, we suppose he is a very wise guy. And insofar, we will try to start with him and ask, first of all, how do you see the actual situation in Ukraine? We are certainly in a very difficult situation. On the one hand, 1,000 days of warfare, practically 1 year without strategic wins or losses from the one or from the other side. We have a new president in America who promised to bring an end to this war within 24 hours. And so far, I have to ask you, I mean, what is your impression of the situation? Maybe you can give us a picture, not as a partisan member of in this process, but from your experience, and maybe also a few perspectives. How do you see, has the situation become mature to start talks or whatever? Where would you see the challenges, not only the challenges, but the real problems? What could we do?
The situation is bad. Ukraine is daily losing control over territory. And the explanation is simple. There's not enough weaponry, there's not enough ammunition, and there is, I think, a misleading narrative in the West that has become very popular this year, that there are allegedly not enough soldiers in Ukraine, while I think, I live in Kiev, that the real problem is that simply the pay for the soldiers and the training of the soldiers and the recruitment of the soldiers and the package that comes if you go, for instance, to the front line is not big. The last figures that I know is that if you are a frontline soldier in Ukraine, you have a salary of around 3,000 euros, which is by Ukrainian standards not bad, but clearly it's not enough for motivation to become a frontline soldier. And you have then this odd situation that there are billions and billions of Russian money frozen in Western bank accounts that remain frozen there and that are not given to Ukraine, with which, for instance, Ukraine could not only buy weaponry and ammunition, but also increase the salary and the package and the training and the preparation of the soldiers to such a degree that there would be again more volunteers coming into the army. Currently, army service is not very popular in Ukraine because the payment is low and the preparation is not insufficient, the resources are insufficient, and that's why the situation is bad. And the reason I think for this is that, in a way, it's in the title of the panel that this is by most Western countries and by most countries of the world the problem is seen as being about war, peace, and security in Eastern Europe. And it's not only that many people around the world don't care about Eastern Europe because we are here in Central Europe, so it's not a Central European problem, it's an East European problem. But there is even among many, not in this room, of course, and not in this building, but among many, not only in Europe and in the West, but around the world, that actually the approach is what happens in Eastern Europe should stay in Eastern Europe. And it's not just, we just not only not care, but we should not care, because if we care, then we become part of this Eastern Europe. Yeah, and so we live sort of on different planets. There is the East European bad planet with the wars and Russia and Ukraine, on Moldova and all these unhappy countries, and we are here in our happy world, or in a different world in wherever. And what we should really not do, we should not get on this bad planet there. Yeah? So this is, I think, the problem, and that's why the money is there. The weaponry is there, the ammunition is there, but it's not getting to Ukraine because people not just don't care, they think, no, we should not give it. As we have now a popular slogan, we should decrease military support for Ukraine because that is good for us, because that will supposedly create peace. I know this is obviously not concerns not people who are listening here, but I think we have to talk to the broader public and also to the global South, and not talk so much about human rights and European values and justice and all these things, but more about why is this thing in Eastern Europe so important for countries that are not in Eastern Europe? Why would it be? Why should a country in Africa or Latin America care about this? Not to mention other countries in Europe that are not in Eastern Europe. And I think that's the main problem. And I think it's our failure that we have not managed to explain that well enough. We have not managed. I mean, let's take Austria here. We have this whole, again, this is not about this room and about this building, this whole ridiculous discourse about neutrality. Yeah? And not only have the Finns and the Swedes now become as stupid as the Ukrainians and have given up their wise neutrality, yeah? but also we just had here the minister from Moldova speaking, which has already for 30 years neutrality, and which has also for 30 years a treaty with Russia about the withdrawal of Russian troops from Moldova. But somehow, although Moldova is as wise as Austria and is a neutral country, there are Russian troops there. For some reason, Austria is a successful country. Moldova is a failed state, yeah? One of the poorest countries of Europe. I mean, we should talk in these terms about people and not so much about this sort of imagined what is happening in Putin. And also, I think the key issue at the end of the day is that this war is happening for two very simple facts: that Russia has nuclear weapons and Ukraine does not have nuclear weapons. And the reasons why that is so is because there is this treaty about non-proliferation of nuclear weapons, and 191 countries of the 195 countries of the world, including Austria and Germany and so on, are members of this treaty. And we are forbidding Ukraine to have nuclear weapons, and we are explicitly in this treaty allowing Russia to have nuclear weapons, which is, I think, a huge scandal. And so we are all part of this. Each member of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty is part of this regime that is allowing and promoting and continuing this war. And if we don't hold this up, we will all suffer, because this treaty will, at the end of the day, now we have another nuclear weapon state, North Korea, becoming part of this. China is an official nuclear weapon state under the NPT, is part of this. Iran, which is planning to become a nuclear weapon state, is part of this. This whole treaty is going down with every additional month, and we may then live in a world of nuclear proliferation or of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction. If we want that, if we can tolerate this, if we can if we are not concerned about this, then that's fine. You know, then this is all Eastern Europe on a different planet. But if we really care about this, then I think the logic of why we should support Ukraine, why the weapons should go there, the ammunition, why the money, the frozen Russian money should go there, I think. And then we would have a different situation on the front line, and perhaps already the full restoration of territorial integrity.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I mean that you link it immediately the question of Russia being a nuclear state, and at the other hand, Ukraine having renounced nuclear weapons and having had linked that to the so-called Budapest Memorandum, which meant Ukraine would give up its nuclear weapons and get more or less security guarantees or whatever. Okay, how do you see that?
Yeah, what many people forget about the title of this agreement, it's not just the Budapest Memorandum on Security Assurances, but it's the Budapest Memorandum on Security Assurances in connection with the accession of Ukraine to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, of which Austria is a member and 190 other countries of the world are a member. Yeah. So this is I think this is the crucial thing here. And you know, I mean, imagine if Iraq had in 1990 nuclear weapons, or the largest nuclear weapons when it annexed Kuwait. Perhaps Kuwait would still be. So this is a very dangerous situation. It suggests to the current situation suggests to now you have this sort of Schadenfreude in the global South. You know, the countries like the fact that two white people are fighting each other, and the West is becoming humiliated. The US looks stupid in this. The EU looks stupid. But when the dust sets, and when we are out of this, I think there will be many countries in the global South who will have second thoughts about this, because this is something where, you know, this is about a world where might is right, where you can annex territories. If Trump gets through with his current so-called peace plan, and the US becomes actually a part of a deal in which the US would certify Russian territorial expansion at the expense of a non-nuclear weapon state, then the conclusion for many non-nuclear weapon states around the world will be that you should not be a non-nuclear weapon state. It's better to be a nuclear weapon state and to be as smart as the Russians and not as stupid as the Ukrainians, who even gave away their nuclear weapons. So, and that will be a different world, and I think many people just don't understand that. They think it's all about European values and solidarity and the poor Ukrainians and human rights and democracy, and I think we should not talk about that. We should talk about the elementary national interests of countries, of all countries of the world at the end of the day, because they all will be affected if we have let's say, not a proliferation of nuclear weapons, but of other weapons of mass destruction. Maybe countries in Asia or in Africa will conclude, okay, maybe it's too expensive to build a nuclear warhead, but we could have some virus that will kill all of the humanity and tell everybody that we have this virus now, because we cannot rely on international law or the UN or international solidarity and all this European value stuff. You know, at the end of the day, everybody is for her or himself. You know, you have to take care of your own national security, and then what you need is weapons of mass destruction, because you don't want to end up like as the Ukrainians. That will be the lesson for everybody from that. Sorry for getting a bit excited.
Yeah, this was quite a bleed, you know, for rethinking the situation. But if I suppose that the nuclear powers will not give up their nuclear capabilities in order to become weaker, then we will be confronted with such a situation if you try to look at it realistically. But You know, I usually say a war will go to an end if one party has reached its war goals, or when both parties realize that they cannot realize their war goal anymore. And now we are in a situation, you know, that Russia has not reached at least its original war goals, for sure not. Okay, for Ukraine, of course, it will be enormously difficult to regain the lost territory. So far, one could say both parties have not reached or are in a situation where they cannot reach their war goals, at least not completely anymore. So are we now in a situation that talks about ending the war after 1 year of more or less stillstand came up, that it could start? I mean, I just want to have your personal impression.
Yeah.
One can...
I mean, maybe Ukraine will have to sign basically a Minsk III agreement. You know, as Ukraine did not want to sign the Minsk I agreement, it did not want to sign the Minsk II agreement. These were just, Ukraine was on the verge of being, you know, destroyed back then. There was no functioning Ukrainian army. If now there's pressure from the US, perhaps, you know, reduction of deliveries of weaponry. Perhaps there could be, I could even imagine that Trump will pressure the European countries not to replace the non-coming American help with European weaponry. You could imagine something like, I imagine that the people in Washington who think this way. The question is that in our interest? I think we should, I understand that Poroshenko signed, I mean, he did not, Kuchma signed it on behalf of Poroshenko, the Minsk I, because they had no other choice. But were the Minsk agreements in our interest? Is the Minsk III agreement in our interest? Is it in our interest that Ukraine is so wise to give up territory to save the Ukrainian state? You know, that may be the Ukrainian logic to sign basically a Minsk III agreement. That is how I would simply call this, what has now been circulated as Trump's peace plan, where Ukraine gives up, as in Minsk I and Minsk II. But is it in our interest? You know, that's the end of as I see it, the end of the non-proliferation regime. The UN is becoming ridiculous. We have, you know, we have then actually three permanent members of the Security Council, Russia, China, and the US, who are reducing one of the founding members. The Ukrainian Soviet Republic was in 1945 a founding member of the UN, who are reducing the territory of this. I mean, is that really in our interest, that this whole post-1945 order goes down the drain? So that is what we have to decide for ourselves. The Ukrainians may have to decide to sign something that will be forced upon them because they have no other choice. But it's all about us. It's not about Ukraine. I mean, the US made Ukraine to give up the nuclear weapons in 1994. Yeah? And well, you know, we were not engaged in that, but I think many people in Germany, I don't know how in Austria, were very happy about the US achieving this marvelous result of disarming Ukraine. You know. So we did that, you know, and we did not let, we Germans, we did not let Ukraine in 2008 into NATO. We had, you know, the modernization partnership with Russia. We armed Russia in an indirect way with the gas trade and so on. We prepared this war. We got Ukraine into this problem, and is it really now a good strategic decision to turn Ukraine into a failed state? We still have not introduced any sanctions against Russia concerning Moldova. You know, we are waiting for 30 years. Russia is, you know, and the same goes for Georgia, for the Sarkozy plan from 2008. We have no sanctions for these two countries because these countries are, I guess, for most people, I would say in German, Kikifax. We are not interested in that. You know, let's let these countries be failed states. Let Russia have these republics and whatnot, the operational group of the Russian forces in Moldova, and we still not have. We're waiting, and Moldova is a neutral state, you know. Wouldn't it be great if Austria, as a neutral state, would help the neutral state of Moldova by imposing sanctions on Russia for a 30-year violation of the treaty on the withdrawal of Russian troops from Moldova? That would be an excellent idea after 30 years. Better late than never.
I don't know if such a proposal would change the situation fundamentally. I would not be sure about that. But
close
okay.
the Lukoil here on the wing. The Lukoil
now maybe
office.
Just staying on this question. What is your proposal?
What are we doing here?
For Ukraine? What is your proposal for the Europeans? Austria, Germany, France, whoever? European Union? What is the challenge for us in this moment?
But I will not be very original on that. This is what everybody's talking about.
Oh.
Unfreeze the Russian money, the Taurus weapons, the ammunition. I mean, we have that stuff. You know, it's there. It's an organizational, it's a logistic problem at the end of the day. We have to get this stuff there. We have, I mean, why do we have all these armies here? Are we fearing a Chinese invasion of Europe or an Iranian invasion of, well, now North Korean invasion of Europe, you could argue. But this stuff that we have in our armies was built to defend Europe from the Russian army. And there's a war in Europe against the Russian armies to give them the weapons. The Danish have just given their whole artillery to Ukraine. So why cannot other countries do the same? And then the war will be over in a few months. You know, as they did that, they were on the path already in 2022 when they kicked the Russians out of Kharkiv Oblast. So, and if they had then the weapons, more weapons, maybe the war would have been over in 2022. But it's not too late now. We can still do that, and we still have this stuff here standing everywhere. You know, this is all, and it will become scrap metal at one point. You know, why not give it to the Ukrainians and let them use it for what these weapons were built? So okay. That's, you know, not very original, but that's the easy answer.
Okay, so maybe let me ask. Through Ukrainian, Lesia Ogrisko, she has quite a relationship also to Austria. Her father used to be Ukrainian ambassador and afterwards also Minister for Foreign Affairs in Ukraine. And you are occupying yourself not only with the question of the war, but of course, especially also with reconstruction and possibilities to build up. How do you see, as a Ukrainian citizen, from the beginning in a situation that did not show any pink light or shadow, now having delivered a military surprise, and now in a very difficult situation, of course, with bombing of civil institutions every day, having lost 2/3 of the energy. And how do you see the situation, and what would be your proposal to do as the next steps?
Thank you so much, Herr Fasslabend, Excellencies. It's a great pleasure to be joining you today, and especially in Vienna, as you rightly mentioned, a place very dear to my heart. You know, in your earlier remarks, you were talking about almost 1,000 days of this war, but I'm very sure everybody understands that this war is ongoing for much longer. It's already for at least more than 10 years, since 2014. And if you allow me, I will just kickstart with a personal story. Back in 2013 and 14, I was living and working in beautiful Spain, in sunny Madrid, in my own think tank bubble, dealing with research on international relations. But you know that 2013 and 14 in my country have been truly revolutionary on the one hand, and unfortunately very saddening, starting from 2014 when the annexation of Crimea started and then the war on Donbass. And this is where, when I decided to come back to my country, I myself from Kyiv, but I went to the east of the country, starting with humanitarian large-scale operations, and then I moved into human rights, and I was working in the UN Human Rights Mission in Ukraine, on the Donbass and throughout Ukraine. And something that stuck me then, and something that I now keep being repeated 10 years after, are the stories of Ukrainian civilians and Ukrainian armed forces that have been illegally captured by the Russian proxies or by Russian troops. And the story goes very simple. They come back from captivity and they say, do you know what the Russians were telling us back then? They were saying, we will first come and get you. We will invade your country and get your people, and then all together we will be heading west. And this is exactly the same storyline, if you will, that my fellow human rights workers, I don't do that any longer, but my colleagues still do. And they get and they carry the same messages now when they interview Ukrainian armed forces, the servicemen and service women that have been in Russian captivity. So I think when you're trying to find a solution to a problem, at least you have to start asking the right question. And I think the right question is not, how we Ukrainians see the situation and what our strategy is, because let's be honest, we have a strategy. It has been already delivered by a Ukrainian president with a victory plan, with a peace formula, etc. But the right question is, what is our plan? And I think this is one of the biggest challenges that we are talking about here, is that the West doesn't have a plan still. 3 years after, 10 years after, we collectively don't have a plan. And I'm not talking about this wobbly feet dragging of not letting Ukraine lose, but not letting Russia win type of assistance. I'm talking about a really coherent plan of how can we sustain a Ukrainian victory and a sustainable peace on European soil for the longer term. So the problem is that we don't have this plan, is number one. And the second problem is that the West, and I'm talking about the predominant number of countries, perhaps not about the Poles, the Baltics, and the northern European countries, but the other majority of European countries still does not see it as our war, as Andreas rightly mentions. It's this Eastern European, this Ukrainian problem. Now, I watched the other day a very interesting documentary by CNN, which was looking into it. It was basically an investigation of Russian sabotage actions throughout 2014. Now, a very interesting fact that struck me: the first half of 2024, Russia has organized sabotage actions in more than half of European countries. Just imagine that. And we're talking about all sorts of violations and sabotage, starting from association attempts to attacks on critical infrastructure, the cyber, the violation of maritime space with civilian vessels, the violation of airspace, and we can go on. The Russians, as we all know, are very creative when it comes to their different sabotage operations across Europe. And what was the answer of the collective West? Well, there was no answer. We all know that. And I think this is also part of the problem. I usually like to talk about the analogy and the analogy about the plane, that we are all sitting on the same plane, we sit on the same flight. Now the Western Europeans are happy to be in first class. We Ukrainians are in the economy class. The economy, the part of the plane with the economy class people is on fire. We are paying with our lives and with our blood to secure that the fire doesn't approach, at least yet, the first class people, but we are still on the very same flight, and sooner or later this will come to you. Maybe continuing with the same analogy about the plane, the other true reality is that we have to fasten our seatbelts and be prepared to be flying into a turbulent zone. In fact, we are already on this turbulent zone. Now, the two bad news about this is that this turbulence zone would not last like on a usual flight for 1 or 2 minutes. We're talking about years, and we're talking about perhaps decades of really very turbulent times ahead. We can discuss the North Koreans, the axis of evil with Iran, China, etc. I'm sure we have covered it yesterday and today a little bit. But the second bad news about this turbulent zone is that the West and specifically Europe is not prepared for it. And when we're talking about prepared, I mean two things. One, infrastructurally. Look at the unfortunately incomplete NATO interoperability. Look at the difficulties to ramp up all of the military-industrial complex, to deliver weaponry, to really have brigades ready in case something was to happen on European soil. That's one thing. And the other, which might be even more important, although it's more of a soft issue, and that is mentally. I think one of the reasons why everybody in Europe keeps on asking us Ukrainians, what is the recipe for this resilience that you have? Why did we stand the first 3 days, the first 3 months, the first now three years, and we will further stand? It's because many in Europe don't imagine themselves doing the same as Ukrainians did. And I think one of the key reasons for this, especially here in Central Europe and Austria, but in many countries across Europe as well, is this whole notion of pacifism. And I think pacifism is, of course, a very noble theoretical term, and it has definitely its virtues. But I think the distortion in European minds about pacifism being peace at any cost is basically the price that you will pay for another war in the shorter or long term. I believe that this pacifism rests on absolutely disunderstanding of the nature how you have to deal with Russia, how to deal with authoritarian regimes. I think it rests on the ignorance of how many times Ukraine has been trying to negotiate. Look, for example, from 2014 up until 2022. There have been in total over 200 attempts or talks between Ukraine and Russia, and you see the result of it, a genocidal war on European soil. So I think this pacifism is really the mind frame that we have all to overcome in order to be ready for the turbulent zone that we are approaching or already started. And I would just finish off by saying that the mind frames that we are at or we are looking at as Ukrainians when we are speaking with our international partners is very often, we are sorry for what is happening in your country, but why should we help? And I think we will be transitioning very soon, if we will further continue to be in this mind frame, into the next mind frame. That is, we are very sorry about what is happening in your country, but we have now our own security problems. And I think when we will be approaching the second one, it's a lose-lose situation. And in order for this lose-lose situation not to materialize, we have to arm Ukraine to its teeth. And just going back to the question on reconstruction, something that I keep on repeating every time I'm speaking on reconstruction issues is my favorite motto, that the best reconstruction tomorrow is weapons for Ukraine today. And I think we have to understand that there is this conjunction between security for Ukraine now, which is a safeguard that Ukraine will not be completely burned down to the ashes. Mm-hmm. I will leave it here.
Yeah. Just a short question. When we are talking about reconstruction, what about is the volume of damage in Ukraine that has happened by this warfare? This certainly will come sooner or later, and the question is, how could we manage, on the one hand, to make Ukraine win the war, and on the other hand also think of future reconstruction?
The damage is really unprecedented. There is a biannual report or assessment that goes out by the World Bank together with the European Commission and the Ukrainian government. It keeps being updated. From what I remember, the last figure is $482 billion that would be required to reconstruct everything in Ukraine, but we have to also bear in mind that this, by talking about these figures, we talk only about the parts of Ukraine that are not occupied. So we don't count Mariupol in, we don't count much of the eastern part of Ukraine, basically all of Donbass. So I think once we have liberated these territories, the numbers will unfortunately go up again very much higher. Now the question is where to find the money, I think, is one of the biggest and the most crucial questions we have to ask. And I think here, just like when we're talking about how to get funding for Ukraine's army, one of the easier, let's say, answers would be to finally make use of the over $300 billion that are now in European bank accounts. I think we have now a strategic window of opportunity during the lame duck period in the US, where the US outgoing president administration could be brave enough to be pushing this matter higher than just making use of the 50 billion that has been promised now under this arrangement with the G7.
Not easy to bring up such an amount of money for the future. Probably even more difficult it will be to take clear decisions in this interim period between the two presidents, I would say. And insofar, probably we all will have to wait for the Trump administration without having a clear line and direction before. Okay, now I want to go to our third panelist. He is the director of the Center for Democratic Integrity. Anton Shokotsov is situated with his institute in Vienna, in Austria. And he is occupying himself quite a bit with the question of warfare without armament, which means the influence of authoritarian systems, and especially in this case, of course, Russia, on politics outside of their immediate sphere of influence. How do you see the situation? We have talked already today a little bit about Moldova. Most people are not aware of the strategic importance of this country. I mean, if you look to the map, you can see, you know, Moldova is the eastern side of Ukraine. Suppose there is heavy Russian influence, then Ukraine would be within the Donbas, and Russian influence from Chisinau. Okay, so far this certainly has a clear strategic impact. But beyond that, you know, and we have heard already that, of course, something was going on during the election period and so on. But how do you see the situation beyond that? How is the situation all over Europe?
Thank you very much for this question, and thank you to the organizers of this conference for having me. In addition to having a small NGO, I also teach as a visiting professor at the Central European University, and my main course there is on political warfare. And political warfare, sometimes it is dubbed by information warfare or hybrid warfare, the term that I actively dislike. But this political warfare, it's a gray zone between peace and conventional war. And there's a huge gray area where everything is allowed, and as Oleksij Reznikov already mentioned, everything can be weaponized, everything. So Russia has been waging a political war against Europe, against the West for many years now. The framework of political war can also provide for various escalatory steps. Now, if one step does not work, so for example, weaponization of soft power, if that doesn't work, a country, in our case, Russia, can step up and do something, more. Just, going up, and up. The invasion of Ukraine in 2014 was Russia's admitting the defeat of its political war. Yeah? So for Russia, they realized that neither attempts to corrupt Ukrainian politicians, nor having pro-Russian parties in Ukraine, nor many other tools of political warfare that they used, they all failed. And hence they have to invade Ukraine, annex Crimea, start the war in the Donbas. Then there was this period of almost, from 2014, 8 years, when they thought that maybe some other forms, they de-escalated a little bit. They tried to use the methods and instruments of political warfare against Ukraine again, and that didn't work. Hence the invasion, the full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022. And if you look at beyond Ukraine, if you look at the situation beyond Ukraine and adopt this sort of the perspective of political warfare and how Russia does this, you will see that it's peace, yeah, with a particular country. Then if there is some sort of a crisis in the relations between Russia and another country, Russia would try to buy politicians, to use lobbying as a form of influence. If that doesn't work, then this whole methodology of political warfare comes in, and then it's the conventional war. Ukraine would never have happened if the West had reacted to the Russian invasion in Georgia. The Georgia would not have happened if the West had reacted to the occupation of Moldova. It's these steps, it's escalatory steps. We need to start from Moldova and the military occupation of Moldova, especially in particular Transnistrian region, in the very beginning of the 90s. And yet, during the 90s, Russia was accepted as a normal partner of the West, which was a huge mistake. Andreas rightly said that there are documents, there are agreements for the withdrawal of the Russian troops from Moldova, from Transnistria, and that was not enforced. So Moldova happened, no reaction. Georgia happened, no reaction. And then Ukraine happened because the West had not reacted. So if you look at this logic, so the escalation, no reaction from the West, no real response from the West, and Russia's manipulation, Russia manipulates all the time. Georgia happened in 2008. And what happened in 2009? Obama came to power in the White House, and Russia's manipulation, it's a brilliant tactic. Oh, let's have a reset. Let's just, leave everything behind. Well, what was left behind was the occupation of Transnistria, the occupation of Georgia. But let's have a reset. Yeah, let's start anew. And that was Russia invading something and then solidifying the gains and then going further. So now, the logic, if we accept this logic, if Ukraine happens for Russia, which means the destruction of the Ukrainian state, and then, as Oleksij said, the idea is to have Ukrainians fighting together with Russians against Europe, against the rest of Europe, against the European Union. And just imagine, there were already reports, and I'm sure this is true, that if Russia wins, it will emerge from this war much stronger than it used to be, because now the new techniques that they learn, the new methods, the new technology that they have. And then even, if Ukraine loses this war, the Ukrainian army is already, if we don't take the Russian army, Ukrainian army is already the strongest army in Europe. So you will have a combination of two strongest army on this continent, at least on this European part of Eurasia. And that would be a very logical continuation of this escalation. Moldova first, Georgia then Ukraine, and then something else. Poland, the Baltic states, you name it, or something else. And this probably is still not in the minds of Western politicians, this logic of escalation, how they behave. And Andreas and I, we know each other for a very long time, and we remember that, in 2008, Russian ultranationalists, Russian imperialists already wrote, if we don't get Georgia, we should forget about Crimea. In 2008, they were writing, Alexander Dugin was writing about it. So if we don't occupy, if we don't invade Georgia, we'll forget about Ukraine. This is why we need to go there. So the logic now, if they lose Ukraine to the West, then they should forget about other countries. And the ultimate aim is, of course, the destruction of NATO, is the destruction of the European Union. So Russia would be able to cooperate with European states, or West European states on the bilateral level. This is the only way for Russia to have an upper hand. So, but this does not happen, this huge influence of Russia, domination in some ways, over the EU, or what is left of the EU in the future. It does not happen as long as Ukraine stands. And this is the very important thing. If Ukraine falls, then other countries will follow to get under the Russian submission. But as long as Ukraine stands. So now what is important is not just for Ukraine to stand, and that was the logic over more than 2 years now, but to have a victory or something that would be considered by Russia as Ukraine's victory. Because in this sense, Russia would not go further. The definitions of those of the victory and Russia's defeat can be, multiple. But we need to move away, shift away from the idea that Ukraine should not just, lose this war. Because, and honestly, I'm one of those probably very few people who see in the forthcoming Trump presidency some sort of a chance, because the full-scale invasion, the response from the West started that we need to give support to Ukraine. Now then the idea of not letting Ukraine lose appeared, while we advanced a narrative of let Ukraine win the war. But the West, and especially the United States under Biden, for whom I'm sure Ukraine is grateful, but the narrative of not letting Ukraine lose the war, and that guided the de-escalation rhetoric and also practices of the Biden administration, they didn't help. Ukraine is losing the war, let's be honest with each other. It is losing the war. So the whole approach of the de-escalation and not letting Ukraine lose the war actually led to Ukraine losing the war. And although, of course, with Donald Trump, we are in the unknown, but I believe that there is a chance that he and his vice president will be briefed by the NSA, by the CIA. They will be, they will catch up with the developments that happened from 2020 to 2024, that they will understand probably that even if they consider China to be the main competitor of the US, it is not in the American interest to have China strengthened by victorious Russia. So even if if this Ukraine crisis is not very important for them, but let's then talk about China. So this is very important now to frame all the explanations and interpretations why Russia needs to have a defeat. Yeah? We can talk about, again, how this can be defined, this defeat. It's not that Ukrainian soldiers are marching on the Red Square, although I would love to see that happening. But just some sort of defeat that will stop Russia from going forward. I'll stop here.
Yeah. Yeah, we have become a very serious discussion about our psychological, our political status in Europe. And Silvia Ogrisco said, okay, she mentioned for the first time the word of pacifism. So, I mean, if you look to the European situation, probably one of our big challenges is that at the moment there's nobody in Europe that really is going to overtake a clear lead and also has the potential. Germany could have it, should have it. On the other hand, Germany is still probably psychologically suffering of re-education after World War II in a direction to become pacifist. Out of a military country, become a pacifist. Now the Germans are pacifist, and obviously this is a handicap for the future development of European security. How do you see that?
Yes, frankly, I'm not too unhappy about the current political crisis in Germany and the upcoming breakup of the current coalition, the traffic light coalition, Ampelkoalition, because I think the main problem here are the Social Democrats, and I think one of the reasons that we have this pacifism, because we have still a very lively mythology in Germany about the so-called Neue Ostpolitik, the new Eastern policy of Willy Brandt in the early 1970s, and there is surprisingly widespread mythology and almost magical thinking that what the Social Democrats did in the early 1970s somehow prepared perestroika and glasnost and the end of the Cold War in the late 1980s. Although, there's no connection to my knowledge between these two events. And in fact, the Soviet Union prepared and developed the infamous SS-20 missiles during the this period of reduced tensions, during the preparation of the Helsinki Declaration, and then after the Helsinki the foundation of the Conference for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Soon afterwards, these middle-range rockets appeared in Europe, and then there was a huge increase of the result of this conciliatory approach towards Moscow was an increase in tensions. The invasion of Afghanistan, martial law in Poland, and then in the early 1980s we were on the verge of World War III, and apparently we were just saved from World War III from a low-ranking Soviet officer who recognized that there was a technical problem in the early warning system of the Soviet technology, and then prevented an outbreak of World War III. And this, unfortunately, this is still very popular, and therefore there's still these lots of people, millions of people, who think we need a new Eastern policy. We need some sort of conciliation, give them something, and then somehow. Also this, I think, again, not in this room, but I'm afraid also in Austria, there is this belief that there's peace because we are so peaceful. This is the reason. And if Ukraine would be only more peaceful, then the Russians would obviously also be more peaceful, which is a magical thinking, and unfortunately it's very widespread. I don't know what to do with that, but if we have perhaps soon a new coalition in Germany, then perhaps there would be then a new cooperation with France, and now we have a good noise from Macron coming. Maybe there is then the chance to finally to come to some sort of more resolute politics. But apparently we will have to wait until January. It's not that I'm a fan of the CDU. I can say here I'm sort of mentally a social democrat, I would call myself. I just think that the SPD is not really having a social democratic foreign policy. It has some sort of, I don't know how you can be a social democrat and find it good to cooperate with all sorts of non-democratic and in fact anti-social regimes. If you look at the Gini factor of Russia, it's one of the most unequal, unegalitarian regimes, countries in the world. So I'm not a member of the CDU. But I think that there will be then, if the CDU takes over, a new chance maybe to have a new approach. Maybe that's wishful thinking, but at least the noise that is coming from Merz and from others is not too bad.
Okay. Yeah. How do you see the situation? I mean, we are talking now a lot about winning the war, losing the war. We are in a situation. Do you think that Ukraine, if it gets some more weapon systems and ammunition, really can re-win the lost territories? That it really can overtake Crimea, the Donbass, and the territory in between, oblasts of Zaporizhia and Kherson east of the Dnieper River? Do you think this would be possible?
I would first perhaps just add my 2 cents on the pacifism discussion, because I think one of the notions that many here outside of this room talk about pacifism is that every war necessarily ends with peace, and this is great, and that's why peace should be established like already right now. Now, when we talk in Ukrainian terms, and when we would seize the front line and basically leave everything as it is now on the battlefield, this would perhaps be seen by many pacifists in Europe as a great victory, and that this would essentially mean peace in Europe. Now we have to remember Bucha, we have to remember Irpin, we have to remember Izum, Borodyanka, and I can go on and go on. we have to think not in terms of territories, we have to think in terms of, first and foremost, in terms of people, in terms of human capital. And once we freeze the line of conflict, we have to understand that we're talking about hundreds of thousands and of millions of people that will be subjected to all sorts of human rights violations, enforced disappearances, torture, etc., etc. I can give a separate lecture on that as a former human rights activist. So if this human suffering is the notion of peace from the viewpoint of European pacifism, then I think we arrived at a very gloomy spot nowadays. Now, about your question, Mr. Fasslabend, I think one of the biggest problems when we're projecting about Ukraine conquering certain, well, not conquering, but regaining its own territories, etc., and thinking what else the West should be supplying, etc., I think the key problem of not having a strategy on Ukraine is that the West doesn't have a strategy on Russia. And I think every time I talk to different political circles or think tankers around the world about possible future scenarios of Russia, and when I try to say that there are certain other scenarios apart from the most unlikely, which is the democratization of Russia, and this is unfortunately the only scenario that most of European leaders would like to talk about, although Russia in all of its history has zero reference to any democratic rule, forgetting that democracy is something that is built up from bottom up and cannot be imposed by just a leader, forgetting that the war is not Putin's war, but it is a war of all the Russian society. So every time I talk about other scenarios, as in the change and the collapse of the current state, a certain disintegration or actual federalization of Russia, or freedom to the more than 100 ethnic groups and peoples that have been suppressed by Russia over all of these centuries, I see two reactions usually. One reaction is they think I'm crazy because empires don't fall, obviously. That has never happened in history, apparently. Or the second, and this is the one that appears much more often, I see fear. And I think this is the fear that is one of the biggest drivers and one of the biggest explainers for why the West is just dragging its feet and spoon-feeding Ukraine. Here a tank, here an artillery system, here maybe a couple of drones, etc. I think we should be turning the table and thinking in other frames, not how much this and this has to be provided to Ukraine, but we have to think strategically, we have to understand and think one step ahead and project the different scenarios for Russia. And if you are fearing some of these scenarios, and let's be very honest, we all, or most of us, or those outside of this room, fear a dissolution of Russia, then just get prepared to it. Then come up with different mitigation strategies. Then think how you can handle certain situations that you wouldn't want to happen in the future. And that's why, answering your question, I'm very positive that Ukraine can win back its territories. I'm definitely sure this will be happening, provided Ukraine gets an invitation into NATO, provided that Ukraine finally becomes, or the European mental space finally marks this territory as part of the Western civilization. And under this umbrella, plus with security guarantees in the interim, because we all understand that this process will not be taking a year or two. I'm less optimistic about the Swedish or Finnish scenario for Ukraine when it comes to NATO accession. In the interim, we definitely need a very big security booster from certain countries. I'm sure we all understand what I'm talking about. And then coupled with certain asymmetric moves, and I think the Kursk operation has given us quite a good trump card for future negotiations with Russia, coupled with diplomatic efforts, all of this will bring a Ukrainian victory as victory is determined by the Ukrainian population.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to ask you also, but I'm looking at the clock, and I try rather to finish due to the fact that we will have the opportunity to see you maybe more often here in this room and discuss with you. I will try to come to an end. And if I look at my mood after this session, I have to express I have become very serious about the situation. And I guess most people in the room have become very serious. What we can take out as a lesson probably is when you miss the first opportunity, you will get in danger that you will get some more challenges. I remember very much, when there was the invasion in Georgia, it was only Sweden that reacted by enlarging its military budget. The only state, not only in Europe, but in the whole West. So far, awareness certainly is extremely important. The fact that we are innerly not prepared for such a situation, it comes to the surface. This is clear. But already after 2 years of war, we also have to think what is the best, or even what is maybe the only way out of this situation, and what can we do in order to enforce it. I do not have a clear solution for anybody. But we have to be aware, when the American president is going into his office, probably the first information he will get is now on the war in the Middle East. The second briefing he will get is the war in Ukraine. And then he will stand up and say, okay, and what about China? This is our opponent, this is our rival. He will try to get a briefing at first about China. And in this way, he probably will deal also with the challenges at the other side. We have to be realistic. For the American president, this does not have priority number one. And if we now look to the European situation, okay, I do not want to go into details, but of course the situation is very difficult. And insofar, we will have to occupy ourselves very intensively about the real situation and a way out that makes it possible after such a tremendous fight of the Ukrainian people, not only in their interest, but in the interest of whole of Europe, how we can proceed. I don't have a simple solution. Nobody does have one, but everybody will have to overthink it. And insofar, I really want to thank you very, very much for this very serious discussion. And okay, we will finish now and try to go into the next and last sample that certainly is not less complicated than the situation in Ukraine. Thank you very, very much.
I'm a retired TV journalist. I was for 12 years. Could you please stop talking? Please, would you be so polite? Please. Okay, thank you. I was for 13 years. I was leading the correspondence office of the Austrian television. In 2019. I was for 6 months correspondent in Israel. I'm happy to welcome here on the panel, Middle East of the Crossroads, Mr. Dlava Al-Aldein. He's the founding president of the Middle East Research Institute, former Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research in Kurdistan Regional Government and Professor of Medicine at Nottingham University, UK. Very warm welcome, sir. Here on the other side, Wolfgang Pusta, Chairman of the Advisory Board, National Council on US-Libya Relations and Senior Advisor of the Austrian Institute for European and Security Policy. And later on the internet will join us Mary Fitzgerald, non-resident scholar of the Middle East Institute in Washington, D.C. The line is not ready yet. Sir, Professor, after 1 year now of the terrible war in Gaza, one year after the Hamas onslaught on Israel, from your point of view, where are we now? How do you see the current situation in the Middle East, and how did we get there?
Thank you so much. How did we get here, and where are we going from here?
Not here, there.
Yeah. First of all, I thank you, the organizers, AIES, and everyone else, to be here with you, such a fine group of people. It's a privilege. I will talk about the big picture in the Middle East. I know there are some very good experts here, but not everybody is deeply familiar with the dynamics in the Middle East. But at the end, I'm going to focus on two issues. One is the word deterrence. The other one is the word leadership. It is a game of deterrence, and I'll explain how. This year, it's the 45th birthday of Iranian regime. The Iranian regime was only a year old when Iraq attacked it, supported by the United States, the West, and many Arab countries in the region. 8 years later, both countries went bankrupt, but Iran survived it. This war shaped Iran's strategies up until now. It's security focused. It needed to make sure this will never happen again to it. Coupled with its own ambition of spreading or advancing its empire building or exporting the revolution, it meant that they start with Iraq and the rest to make sure that every country that poses a threat is not in a position of posing a threat. And that includes Israel and the United States. So Iran survived that war and then took every opportunity that came to the Middle East to advance its strategies and achieve that. So regime change in Iraq, 2003, was one of those. The United States became a belligerent occupier of Iraq, but very quickly disengaged, especially from Obama days. Iran managed to overwhelm Iraq's decision-making process, undermine it, and then weaken the state. It then took the Arab Spring as an opportunity to do exactly the same to both Syria and Yemen. Again, undermined it. These countries were already fragile, moving into greater fragility, almost to the brink of failure, or failed. The same happened in Lebanon. So if you look at the picture, you may find a lot of state, non-state actors mixed up together. The Middle East fragmented, divided along sectarian, religious, and ethnic lines, and everybody's militarized, polarized. Then we have another complexity added on to the local dynamics, and that's regional rivalry, as well as global rivalry. But from the day that the United States refused to lead and disengaged, it created a new situation, a new environment for regional powers to take matters into their own hands. none of whom are actually interested in democracy, stability, good governance, or any of those values. So they took matters into their own hands. Iran emerged strong. Turkey, Israel, and finally some of the Arab countries got their act together. They all are now taking the lead while Europe is suffering from the consequences of those instabilities because they are not in a position to lead so that they can deal with the instability that ultimately gives them refugees, terrorism, and loss of trade. Relying on the United States to provide that leadership, and the United States refuses to do so at times. It does it when it suits its strategy, and it can change not every 4 years, but could change every 4 weeks. So here is the game of deterrence. Iran has considered the United States and Israel, as well as Saudi Arabia and some of the Gulf, as the strategic threats, the countries that need to be deterred. In the absence of a nuclear bomb, there is a threat of making one. That's one deterrence. And then building missiles, drones, and anything else that you can throw at Israel or the Arabs. Not airplanes, because the airplanes are old now, 45 years old, lack spare parts. And then they have proxies, as well as vassal states-like situations. So those proxies everywhere have become more capable, better trained, and prepared to fight for Iran. And that's what happened in Lebanon. Hezbollah became a state within state. Hezbollah's arsenal of missiles and capacity to threaten Israel used to be one of the deterrents. We have Yemen, we have Syria that became completely integrated into Iran's overall security structure. And then Hamas, even though they are not Shias, they became part of that resistance front, as well as Iraq. So for a long time, the United States and Israel thought it's becoming increasingly difficult to face Iran in the face of all this buildup that is a threat, and Iran genuinely thought or gave the impression that Hezbollah alone in Lebanon is enough to make Israel think twice. No matter how much arsenal they built, Iron Dome, you name it, but Hezbollah is super capable. Israel also gave the impression that they are not only able themselves to defend themselves within a huge range of aerial mileage, and they've been using that, but also they were the only side that had the full backing of a superpower and engaged the regional Arabs, regional countries, to be cooperating with them, as you saw during the Iranian strikes, that they were helping with downing missiles and drones. So Israel had their engagement, and more importantly, with the United States pulling out, more or less, not pulling out, but called disengaging, Israel convinced the Arabs, as well as many regional countries, that there should be a new structure, a new alignment that can actually ultimately oppose Iran. So they were in the middle of making that. That's what the Abraham Accord was all about. That's what the world was going towards until 7th of October last year. On 7th October 23, Iran was convinced that they undermined and completely burst the myth of Israeli deterrence. They thought that they not only surprised Israel, but they could have overwhelmed its internal resistance by having even more Hamas guys going into Israel. Israel could not afford that. He needed to regain that deterrence. So they went full speed, all its weight, into destroying Hamas. And they have, a year later, managed to reduce Hamas to what ISIS used to be, i.e. a movement, groups, and partisan kind of resistance, but losing what was the caliphate for ISIS. They have lost Gaza as a governing system. The next layer is Hezbollah. Israel managed to isolate Hamas without anybody able to go for their help until they destroyed it a year later. Not only that, they even chased their leaders inside Tehran. So they regained that deterrence. And Iran was the one vulnerable. So Iran needed to keep its street credit and demonstrate its power to threaten by sending some missiles, and Israel wanting to retaliate symbolically, but they both show that they can threaten each other. It's up to us to decide who did better, who did more, whatever. But then Hezbollah was strategically the biggest threat for Israel, and for Iran, Hezbollah was the most strategic ally they had in the region, not only to threaten Israel, but also to keep Syrian regime in. That's Hezbollah doing it. And in the absence of Qasem Soleimani, who was killed by the Americans, Hezbollah leader became the spiritual as well as security leader, even for Iraqis to an extent. Yemenis respected him a lot. Israel had to start that because Hezbollah was attacking Israel as well. But for Israel, it was important to isolate Hezbollah in the way they isolated Hamas. They made sure of that via America. They were left alone, they did exactly that. They started plowing through Hezbollah. Hezbollah is far more structured, far more established, institutionalized than Hamas. It's not easy, but nonetheless, left alone, Israel can do it in the fullness of time. It's a war of attrition. But they started eliminating their leaders, destroying their military infrastructure, destroying houses, pushing the population into displacement. Iran can't afford just to watch that. They wanted to move, but then they realized the United States is there, threatening, saying we will come in. What is next? This deterrence is now lost to Iran. Israel has now regained that. 7th of October is forgotten. Then people think this is an opportunity for Israel to go for the big shot. They call it the head of the snake. That Israel cannot do alone. In fact, cannot do it full stop. It needs America. The United States has to think hard what to do. Israel can deal with Hamas, with Hezbollah, but not further. And Iraq is another. We have powerful non-state actors who are more powerful than the state. Their loyalty is to Iran. Israel cannot deal with that alone, needs America.
May I ask you a question on that? Obviously, the relations between Netanyahu and President Biden were very bad. I've just read the book War by Bob Woodward. Obviously, the two didn't get along at all with each other. And now Donald Trump is re-elected. He's best buddy with Bibi. Already Security Minister Ben-Gvir is saying now we are going for Iran and now we're going for the big shot. Do you think the new president will change the situation?
Well, people, when read rhetoric, they think that Trump means more war, means all-out escalation against Iran. But that's actually not the feeling you get in Washington. If anything, Trump would like this matter to be done with during the transition between the election and the inauguration in January.
Next month.
This 2-3 months are critical. If Israel was protected and left to plow through Hezbollah, they can actually bring Hezbollah to its knees and then left with Iran what to do. Preferably, if they needed to attack Iran, Trump can always say, you do the bigger part militarily, then I will come and face a weakened Iran and impose conditions, and they will be well advised to listen. And then there will be peace on my terms without war. But if that didn't work, then there has to be a combined military and non-military solution. So the Netanyahu-Trump combination may not necessarily mean all-out war, but it will mean another level of escalation. Now, this is where the deterrence issue is now. We're in the middle of it. Iran is worried about the next step because for Iran, there is an onion. The outer layer was Hamas. You can say Houthis. Then underneath those was Hezbollah, very important. But then you can get rid of Hezbollah, but there is Iraqi backyard. And you can get rid of that. Then there is the state of Iran. You can get rid of that, but it's the regime that needs to survive. And the next escalation would be a threat to the regime. And that's where they fear American-Israeli combination with the Arabs. That's where Iran needs Russia and China. But let me go back to the first one I started. I said I'll end with not just deterrence, but leadership too. I come back to something I alluded to. United States, the way it dealt with the Middle East, there's no coherent, persistent, clear strategy that you can plan on that basis. Not like China, not like many others plan the next couple of decades. We have to be careful. Even the people who are allies to the United States, they do not feel secure enough to build on American promise. So their disengagement is at will, including in Syria, for example, their presence, in Iraq, it could be, anywhere. This means that Europe has to live with the sources of instability that keeps giving you refugees, that keeps giving you terrorism, that keeps you losing this neighborhood that is immediate neighbor, whereas for America, it doesn't matter that much. But Europe has not been in a position to provide any leadership. EU is not designed to be acting as a state, having an assertive foreign policy, but member states are not talking to each other enough. They are not doing things together enough. So the vacuum of leadership that we have at the global and regional level stays, and Europe has not filled it. We do not expect Europe to fill the vacuum by military presence or putting money into it. It's a political issue. It's a leadership that can actually bring some sense to this region. But no, we are left to this, and the best thing the European member states do when you talk to them, they say, yes, here's what the Americans should do. That's as far as they go. This is where what is coming, the near future, is still in the hand of people who are not as interested in Europe in stabilizing, in common sense, and in actually stabilizing Middle East so that Europe could be stable. I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. Wolfgang Puster. You have prepared something for us, the war in Palestine, its implications for the rest of the world.
Could you please show the slides?
Just dim the light, please. Going to turn it down, turn the light down.
It's okay. October 7th, we've seen the Hamas attack on Israel. The question is, why did it happen? Let's try the other one. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So the question is, why did it happen? There were a couple of Israeli mistakes before the war that have sent the wrong signal. I would like to mention first that the Israelis did everything to free soldiers that ended up in the hands of Hamas or Hezbollah. I would say the peak of this kind of policy was the Gilad Shalit prisoner exchange deal, when one Israeli soldier was exchanged against 1,027. And one of these 1,027 was the Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. And he got the message, if we take Israeli hostages, we are able to free our Palestinians from the Israeli jails. The next one was that since after the Lebanon war in 1982, the Israeli Defense Forces were always very careful to accept own casualties. This sent the wrong message. When they were fighting against Lebanon, against Hamas in Gaza in 2014 and against Hezbollah in 2006 in Lebanon, they avoided close encounters in built-up areas wherever possible. So the consequence for Hamas was, we are taking the prisoners, we are withdrawing into the cities of the Gaza Strip, and the Israelis will not follow us. The next one was that the Israelis had a clear picture of what was going on in the Gaza Strip, but they draw the wrong conclusions. And maybe even the most important was that Israel did not win any war decisively against its Arab opponents since 1982. As you've said already, they have lost the respect of their enemies. If we talk about the withdrawal from Lebanon and Gaza, the Israelis said it made politically sense. We have won there, we can withdraw. If you talk about the wars in 2006 and 2014, the Israelis said we have won in Lebanon and in Gaza. The Arabs see it in a different way. So this led to the war objectives of Hamas and the axis of resistance. This was about the liberation of Palestinian prisoners by taking Israelis prisoners and exchange them at a very favorable rate. By gaining global support for its case. Yes, thousands of Palestinians were killed in the Gaza Strip. But of course, Hamas is also provoking these casualties in order to influence the international opinion. And finally, the aim was to achieve a humiliation of Israel, to show again they don't deserve the respect of our fighters, in order to shape the preconditions for its destructions. The Israeli war objectives are consequently against dealing with these objectives of the axis of resistance. First and foremost, as you have already said, they want to regain the respect of their opponents. In Gaza, you know it, they want to eliminate Hamas, and some people doubt it, to free also their hostages. In Lebanon, they want to establish their security zone up to the Litani River. At the West Bank, they want to eliminate as much terrorists as possible. With regard to Iran, the question is it just about deterrence right now, or is it about eliminating the nuclear threat? And yes, several Israeli hardliners have also another objective. They want to get rid of as many Palestinians as possible from the West Bank and from the Gaza Strip. But this will be never ever accepted by their neighbors Jordan and by Egypt. A brief look at the region, as you have explained this already before. The region must be seen also through the conflict between the Sunni and the Shia, which dates back more than 14 centuries. It must be seen through the eyes of the Arab-Persian rivalry. At the last time, the Gulf War, which ended in, if I remember correctly, in 1989. So Iran seeks nuclear weapons to be able to achieve deterrence against its opponents, and also in order to be able to threaten its opponents. To threaten its opponents, to pressure its opponents like Israel right now. Does it work? Good question. I would say the axis of resistance has already used up almost everything they have on hands. Yes, they have more of the same, especially with regard to Hezbollah and probably also the Houthis and also Iran. But if they use their latent power, their missiles, if they fire them and they don't achieve any significant damage in Israel, this latent power was mobilized without achieving any kind of damage, of objective. So I think they will think twice, or I hope they will think twice, before another attack. The Abraham Accords were, as you've said before, also to achieve a common front line against Iran. But they were also an attempt to break Israel's isolation. And if one knows that the air defense of the United Arab Emirates is using right now Israeli Barak 8 air defense missiles, I would say it worked. Hamas has realized that the Abraham Accords might work, and the Iranians have realized it. Therefore, one of the reasons for triggering the terrorist attack in October last year. Please be aware, we are talking here at two layers. We are talking about the national interests of these moderate Arab governments in Egypt and in Jordan who have peace treaties, and among the countries who have signed the Abraham Accords, and the layer of the population on the streets. This means not necessarily what you see on the streets of Cairo is what the policy of the government is. You need to look behind. At times, and I would like to emphasize only at times, this is also triggered by some Islamist groups, including by the political Islamists of the Muslim Brotherhood. At times. Nevertheless, if you discuss with the average Arab, he will give you his point about Israel very clearly. So, I've mentioned the Iranian missile arsenal. A key question for Israel is, how vulnerable is the state of Israel? And this brings me to ballistic missile defense. There was a lot of reporting about ballistic missile defense in the media. There was a lot of reporting and mentioning about the Sky Shield initiative. It's not that easy. It's not that easy. At first, you can see number 1, when a ballistic missile is launched, it is usually detected by the American cyber's space-based infrared system, which gives an alert and detects what's going on, into which direction the missile or the missiles are heading. They are providing the information within seconds to the Cheyenne Mountains in the western United States. Deep in the mountains, you have probably seen it times in the movies or in some of the movies. At the Cheyenne Mountains, they are deciding, the computer system is deciding into which direction is this missile heading. Who needs to track the missile to find out what is the target? And then this station in the Cheyenne Mountains, the ballistic missile warning system of the United States, alerts a ballistic missile early warning system. You cannot compare these ballistic missile early warning radar systems with something like the Austrian or the German air surveillance system. A typical air surveillance radar sees only up to about 25-30 kilometers. We are talking about here missiles approaching from the space. This means you need a specific radar to detect this. And as soon as the radar has detected these missiles and has identified the path and the probable target area, it transfers the information to the ballistic missile defense stations. You can see here a Green Pine Israeli radar system, and then it's about to fight it. And the decision to do a mid-course intercept is usually done within 30 seconds after the launch is detected. After 30 seconds, the Arrow-3 missiles is heading out, heading over to Iran, and as we've seen last time, destroying a couple of missiles already over Iranian space. The problem is that this Arrow-3 missile system, a battery, can only deal with about 14 intercepts at the same time, simultaneously. The Israelis have about 3 batteries of Arrow-3, about 4 batteries of Arrow-2, which is about to intercept the incoming missiles in the upper layer, which means the missile is arriving through the space and comes down. And above 120 kilometers, this is for Arrow-2, the next layer, and below it's David Sling. And by the way, the Patriots are playing no role in this. The Patriots are playing no role in this. And another one, because this is sometimes mentioned in the media, the Americans should not deliver this kind of missiles to the Israelis. Not a big issue. The Americans are producing some components in order to have a technology transfer from Israel to the United States. But the missiles are produced in Israel. Those missiles are produced in Israel. A certain problem are so-called hypersonic maneuvering missiles, which come in with hypersonic velocity, and at the final stage of their before impacting, they are maneuvering. This is what the Israelis had needed to realize at the Nevatim Air Force Base, where the F-35 were based. But the disadvantage of these hypersonic maneuvering missiles is that they are losing their precision, as we've also seen at Nevatim. Let me be clear. It is not, regarding Europe, it is not realistic in the foreseeable future that a middle-sized country like Germany, or even the whole European Union, establishes its own ballistic missile defense system. Neither Germany nor the European Union as a whole is able in the foreseeable future to establish such a system without having significant support from the Americans, especially with regard to the space-based components. You have already covered most of the external and global players, so I just would like to mention that you are aware of this. The credibility of the United Nations is also in the Middle East very low. The Israelis simply don't trust them. The UN resolution from the year 2006, which was about the withdrawal from Hezbollah from southern Lebanon, was never ever implemented. The European Union, yes, I agree with you, but the key question is, which tools do the Europeans have at hand? I would say that's diplomacy and diplomacy. The European Union has no means to pressure or to push or to have specific incentives, neither for the Israelis nor for the Arabs. We need to realize this, and Europe needs to work on building up these tools. So it's not about exaggerating the situation of the Americans or whatever. It's about realizing where we are. And it is necessary to build up our toolbox. And this is not only about the military. Turkey is a good example for how to build up its toolbox. Turkey has security interests with regard to the Kurds, and they are doing this. They have built up their military, their drones, their fighter jets, and so on to deal with this. Erdogan is considering the political Islam as one of the mainstays of his presidency in Turkey. And consequently, he is also cooperating with political Islam, with the Muslim Brotherhood, with Hamas, and others throughout the Middle East. Russia considers Iran as an important partner, as we've heard before. It does everything to undermine the Western influence in the region. China is still a rising star. And what is I would say, a quite interesting development over the last month is that Egypt is about to replace part of its F-16, American F-16 fleet, with Chinese J-10C fighter jets. And by the way, the Chinese J-10C fighter jets are based on the Israeli Lavi fighter. The Lavi fighter, which was never ever produced in the 90s, and the technology, let's say, allegedly ended up in China. I did not mention the United States yet. What can be expected from President Trump? From my point of view, he will pursue the national American interest. And he has clearly outlined in the National Security Strategy in 2017 what are his objectives. What are his objectives? And this is exactly where he will start when he takes over on January 20. And yes, if there is a possibility to let the dirty work to be done before, he will accept it. I'm not fully agreeing with you with regard to the Israeli capabilities about striking the nuclear arsenal of Iran. The backbone of the strikes are the so-called hypersonic missiles launched from fighter jets. There is one nation, no, there are two nations who have this kind of weapons. Those are the Russians with their Kinjal missiles, which have a lack of precision and a lack of range, and this is the Israelis. The Israelis did the strikes at the most important high-value targets with these hypersonic missiles from fighter jets. The Americans don't even have this kind of weapons. But you're right, with regard to intelligence, with regard to providing combat search and rescue in the case a plane is downed over Iran, they need the United States, no doubt about this. So, Trump is here to protect vital American interests, also in the Middle East. His credo is preserve peace through strength. This means provide and guarantee security of Israel. And this means, next point, deny the Iranian regime all paths to a nuclear weapon. Remember what he said a couple of weeks before. If he would advise the Israelis, he would say, hit the nuclear first and worry about the rest later. And he means this for serious. Having a look on the Israeli position, would the Israelis sleep better if Iran has nuclear weapons? Or would they sleep better if they hit Iran, push back the Iranian nuclear program for a couple of years, and then have a negotiated agreement with Iran about supporting the economy and so on, through also with the help of Europe, to prevent Iran from gaining again close to a nuclear weapon? That's a good question. And you remember what I've said with regard to Israeli objectives with regard to Iran. So at the very end, what way out? Will we see a regional war? I think rather no. It's not in the Iranian interest. It's all about interests. And the Iranians will certainly use this threat as a weapon in the current conflict. But Iran seeks to build a common front among the Muslims against Israel. It does not seek to unite the Muslims against Iran. And if they would strike the oil fields or whatsoever, this would unite the Arabs against Iran. They have nothing to win in a war with the rest of the world around Iran. And this is against their economic interests. They would harm their very fragile own economy, and they would also annoy their important partner, China. China has absolutely no interest in such a conflict. Please don't forget, China is getting about 48% of its crude oil from the Middle East.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope we are connected now to Mary Fitzgerald. Hello. Yes, here she is. Hello. I think you're in Brussels. Is it right? For the moment, are you connected with us from Brussels?
Yes, hello and good afternoon
Good
from
afternoon.
Brussels.
Werner Fitzgerald is a writer, researcher, and consultant specializing in the Mediterranean region with a focus on Libya, where she spent some time during the Arab Spring. Mrs. Fitzgerald, obviously Israel is doing militarily well, but rather not politically. Many think Israel has lost its proportionality. The anger about Israel's proceeding in Gaza is rising all over the world. Yesterday, Israeli football fans were chased in the streets of Amsterdam. How do you see it from Brussels?
Well, again, good afternoon, and thank you for inviting me to take part in today's discussion. I would like to focus initially just on some of the macro dynamics in the Middle East and North Africa region we've seen over the last 10 years or so, and what that may be pointing towards in the future. And I would start by noting that the grievances related to governance, economics, and poor prospects for the region's massive youth bulge. It's worth remembering here that majority of populations across the Middle East and North Africa have a huge youth cohort. Basically, in some countries, 2/3 of the population remain under the age of 30, 35. So a massive youth bulge that was very key to driving the series of uprisings and revolutions that were collectively described by some in 2011 as the Arab Spring. And the grievances, as I mentioned, relating to governance, relating to the economic situation, and generally poor prospects for that youth bulge, they were really key to those developments in 2011. Worth noting again that if you are a young person in the region, not only are you facing high unemployment, poor economic prospects, but then this in turn affects how the rest of your life unfolds, because it causes a delay in marriage. It causes a delay in terms of having a family, because people cannot afford a home to live in, etc. So all the usual markers of adulthood in these societies are delayed. And this has caused enormous frustration and driven the sense of grievance. So none of those grievances really that drove the events of 2011 have been addressed since. What we've seen happen, particularly over the last 10 years, is we've seen very much some people in the region describe it as a counter-revolution against that kind of rise of protest and anger and frustration in 2011. But basically, we've seen a snuffing out of dissent, a snuffing out of protest. We've seen a return to authoritarianism in Egypt since 2013, but also strikingly in Tunisia, which was held up as, that kind of flickering flame of the hope that 2011 represented. However, in the last couple of years, we've seen Tunisia again slide back into authoritarianism. So the outlook right now in the region for those in the region who basically demanded in 2011 a more dignified life. It was very striking as somebody who was on the ground in 2011 that, many of the chants and slogans referred to dignity, a more dignified life. Now, that, of course, could be interpreted in different ways. There were slogans calling for democracy, but a dignified life was key to these demands that drove the protests in 2011. And what we've seen is a return of repressive regimes and governments across the region using all kinds of new tools, particularly technological tools to survey, to monitor, and to essentially control their populations and prevent another outbreak of protest as we saw in 2011. But essentially what we're seeing is a kind of a pressure cooker effect, because the grievances have not been addressed. Instead, we're seeing a new layer of repression. Some would argue much more repressive than existed pre-2011. And all of these ingredients combining together in a way that some economists I've discussed this with in the region, they predict that what the region could be facing in the future is the Arabs, as one economist put it to me, the Arab Spring 2.0. And this particular economist predicted that if this happens, it's likely to be far bloodier and far more anarchic than what we saw in 2011. So I think that that's a kind of a sobering kind of overview of some of the macro dynamics we're seeing in the region, that because there are so many fires, if you like, breaking out in certain parts of the region, the Gaza war, the war in Lebanon now, tensions remaining in Syria, in Iraq, and in Libya, that some of these kind of macro trends tend to be overlooked. So I think it's important to note. I would also mention that Europe's approach to its southern neighborhood, the southern Mediterranean neighborhood, when I talk to individuals, particularly those who are involved in what has now become a very narrow and restricted civil society space in countries across the region, they are quite critical of Europe's approach to the region. After kind of a period in the years following 2011, more kind of openness, engagement, there is a sense, there is a perception that Europe's approach to the region has again been reduced to a narrow lens, primarily a securitized lens, certainly a migration-focused lens, which these civil society figures would argue does not augur well for the future based on past experience. They also argue that the return of embracing by the Europeans of the strongman paradigm in the region, they would argue that this is short-sighted. And again, goes back to my point earlier in terms of the grievances that drove 2011 not being addressed, however, with this new layer of repression on top and the kind of pressure cooker effect that is risks creating. So my interlocutors, again, within that kind of civil society sphere, including people who engaged a lot with European organizations, with European officials, they would argue that a more holistic approach to the region is needed. The approach right now is very reductive, it's very one-dimensional, and it's ultimately short-sighted in terms of, in the long term, they would argue, creating more problems than it actually will end up resolving. The other point I would like to make is, again, related to the potential fallout from the interconnected wars in Gaza and Lebanon. This is a conversation across the region. What is the fallout? What will be the impact in the various countries of the region? The wave of protests we saw late last year when Israel's offensive on Gaza began in response to the October 7th attack. Those protests have largely died out across the region, but the public anger and resentment and frustration over the conduct of the war in Gaza remains very, very live. And there are all kinds of conversations happening across the region in terms of the potential fallout from that. We have seen media coverage recently suggesting that, for example, Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia is very concerned about managing public sentiment in Saudi Arabia because of this anger, because of this frustration, because of this rage over what's happening in Gaza. There is a suggestion there that Saudi Arabia could be facing protests or also a radicalization. Saudi Arabia has grappled, of course, with domestic extremism, domestic terrorism in past decades. So I think, again, this shows the concern that we see as part of the fallout from the wars in Gaza and Lebanon, a wider kind of anger, frustration, possibly tipping into a new wave of radicalization across the region amongst the younger generation, a new wave of radicalization that could manifest itself in several different ways, including armed extremism. So I think that these are some of the conversations that are happening in capitals across the region, how to manage that fallout. If the war in Gaza in particular continues in its current form, day by day, publics across the region are watching the footage coming from Gaza. It's now been over a year of this, and the impact of that cannot be understated. So what I would end with is just a reminder to keep in mind everybody's focused, of course, on the war in Gaza, on the war in Lebanon, but keep in mind those macro dynamics I mentioned earlier, because I think in analyzing those macro trends and dynamics, we get a sense of where the region might be in 5 to 10 years' time. And many, as I mentioned, including economists from the region, would argue that some of the signs we're seeing as a result of those macro trends are quite worrying indeed.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fitzgerald. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, you have now the opportunity to ask questions to the two gentlemen here on the podium or to Mrs. Fitzgerald in Brussels. There are two people with microphones, please, who would like to ask the first question. Over there. Yeah, just a second. The lady is coming to you. Please.
Well, first of all, thanks very much for your talk. I think we all took a lot from it, and it was very informative. My question would be to either of you, whoever is more happy to answer it. What is Saudi Arabia's role in, especially the new government of Donald Trump maybe coming back with an additional Abraham Accord for them, and looking to tip the power balance in the region, maybe more towards an Israeli favor? And if there was ever going to be an armed conflict between Israel and Iran, which you briefly discussed, what would the role of Saudi Arabia be? Thanks very much.
Would you like to?
Well, I'd be happy to comment, but we both can. The leadership of the Saudi Arabia has had very clear policies or strategy, or at least outlook towards the United States. The experience with the Biden administration was not brilliant. It had lots of ups and downs. At times, they wouldn't even answer their phone call, the president's phone call. They clearly are seen to be more in line with the new administration, but that doesn't mean it will all go their way. What is key to remember is that this war and all these big shakeups did not affect the Israeli-Saudi outlook, the Abraham Accord, the relationship, and deep inside the move towards normalization, including United Emirates, has been ongoing without slowing down. And who was the mastermind behind this was Trump's previous administration, and there are clear indications that they will go back to it straight away. The Saudis are very worried about Iran provoking them or including them in any future tit-for-tat or attacks. They are vulnerable. They cannot rely on either their own capacity or the United States, so they emphasize that they would remain neutral, but they are not neutral. And the Iranians always consider Saudi as one of the major strategic enemies, or foes rather than enemies. And they always express their lack of trust in the Saudi policies that sides, at least sentimentally or otherwise, towards the Israeli agenda. So can Saudi keep itself or protect that image and then keep itself out of any future conflict? It's difficult to predict, but the Iranians are engaging the Saudis directly. They've engaged them via China. They at least would like to neutralize them and make them at least not side with all their capacity and airspace, not to be at the service of Israelis. So it will not be a black and white, all out, either with me or against me or enemy or friend. It will simply be protecting their current state of lack of engagement, lack of animosity, even if there is a war. The Saudis, as well as the Jordanians and others, did take part in downing a lot of the missiles that came from Iran. And the Israelis have not yet declared exactly where their fighter jets were flying from or into. So that means it's difficult to predict, but everybody wants to protect the Gulf, who are very vulnerable to any future conflict.
I think 2 sentences from Mr. Puster.
Yep. Donald Trump has a very good relationship to the leaders in Saudi Arabia, personal relationship to the leaders in Saudi Arabia and in the United Arab Emirates. With regard to the stance of the King of Saudi Arabia, one must not forget he is the guardian of the 2 holy cities. And the guardian of the 2 holy cities cannot speak out in favor of Israel. There is no doubt about this. On the other side, the Saudis remember very well the attack by the Houthis and by the Iranians on the refinery, the largest refinery in the country, I think it was in 2018, when all the American technology was not able to help them out. Now they hope there is someone else to help them. Israeli technology.
Mrs. Fitzgerald, would you like to comment on that as well?
Yes, I would, and you know, it is indeed the case that none of those countries that signed up to the Abraham Accords have in any way suggested that they may distance themselves. But I do think when it comes to Saudi Arabia, you know, it's interesting. Bob Woodward's recent book War, which you know recalls and documents some of the conversations, you know, after October 7th last year in terms of Anthony Blinken's conversations with his interlocutors in the region. And it was very interesting because, at least in the account that Woodward has relayed in that book, Mohammed bin Salman is concerned about how public sentiment is going in Saudi Arabia. And I think it is worth recalling that when those countries were signing the Abraham Accords during the Trump presidency, public opinion polling in those countries showed that actually while governments were signing the accords, public sentiment was not on board. And indeed, there was a lot of criticism or opposition, of course, that could not be manifested in different ways because of the nature of these societies. But, you know, the public were not on board. So I think now the concern for some of these governments is that basically, you know, they're not going to distance themselves from the accords, but on top of what their publics have seen over the last year in terms of the conduct of the war in Gaza and how that has roiled public sentiment, very real concerns there in terms of how they're going to kind of reconcile public sentiment towards this along with the realities of the accords continuing.
I think the next question is back there, and then you, first the gentleman behind you, and then you.
Thanks a lot. What do you think about the bigger role of Europe taking
and the lady
responsibility in the Middle East?
Sorry?
About Europe taking a bigger role and responsibilities, especially in the Israel-Palestine question. We have these mechanisms. In the Balkans, for example, we have imposed a NATO mission on Kosovo after the war. We have also liberated Kosovo. So the situation would be translated. The Balkan role model to the Middle East, which I want to remember, is always a part of the former Ottoman Empire, so it's not out of the area, actually. So the question would be, logically, if you apply that model, that we stabilized Gaza by making a NATO mission there and not having Israeli destroying Gaza completely, and also the question of the post-Gaza settlement now, post-war settlement for Gaza is also a very important one, because there's a big fight in the Israeli government at the moment what should be done after winning the war, or winning, whatever it means, yeah, destroying Gaza. But the question would be, can NATO take a big role? And if the Europeans want a two-state settlement, is it not the only logical way to have NATO membership for Israel and also for Palestine later, in order to have a long-term, stable peace settlement for the region?
Maybe we collect a few questions. Please. Would you like to answer that one, the first one?
Well, I have a question actually to Mr. Ala Al-Din, as you are from Erbil, not that far away from the Turkish as well as Iranian border. I just wonder, how do you see the role of Turkey? Because on the one side, it's against Israel, but on the other side, we have a rivalry actually for a long time between Turkey and Iran. So about the influence in the region. Thank you.
And maybe now the lady in the first row.
Yes, thank you so much for the three very, very interesting presentations. My name is Matoya Wolf. I'm the chargé d'affaires of the Spanish embassy here. I would have a question more for Mary Fitzgerald, but also the two other speakers could also respond maybe. It's about some efforts by the European Union and some member states, and in particular Spain, but also others, around the Union for the Mediterranean. So how do you see the role of this kind of bi-regional organization in the present in general? It is the only organization that reunites Palestine and Israel. Unfortunately, at the last conference, at the last meeting last month in Barcelona, Israel was not present, but it has been present in previous meetings. So let's have your view on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Fitzgerald, could you please start with that question?
Sure. I think the Union for the Mediterranean, as the only intergovernmental body that brings together the countries that lie around the Mediterranean, has enormous potential and has since it was established. But I think that one of the challenges it faces is that and speaking today from Brussels, those of us who work on the region have seen how the region, whether we talk about the southern Mediterranean or the eastern Mediterranean, it has really fallen off the priority list here in Brussels. Since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, it has fallen even further down the priority list. So we see, an EU institutions that are far more focused on what's happening to Europe's east than they are on the southern neighborhood. And no one I talk to in Brussels expects that that's going to change anytime soon. That's a reality that we have to live with. I would also note that Kaja Kallas, the former Estonian Prime Minister, is soon to replace Josep Borrell as the EU High Representative. And this is expected in Brussels as and elsewhere to kind of further deepen, if you like, this kind of tilt towards Europe's east and move away from a focus on its southern neighborhood. Borrell, of course, a Spaniard who was engaged very much in Mediterranean conversations. We've seen his engagement when it comes to the Gaza war issue, but all the indications show that under Kaja Kallas, because she's Estonian, because of her focus on the war in Ukraine, etc., that we will see that continuing trend of a move away from attention on the southern neighborhood. And I think to finish, I think that's going to be very challenging for the Union for the Mediterranean and that kind of wider conversation about Euro-Mediterranean relations, because simply it's not a priority now as much as it was, say, in the years that immediately followed 2011.
Mr. Aradin, Turkey and the region.
Right. Turkey is not anti-Israeli, so full stop. Turkey is upset that Israel defeated Hamas. Turkey is upset that they can't do much to help Palestine and Palestinians, so they keep the populistic rhetoric on and they keep playing with those words. But in reality, trade between Israel and Turkey, many people believe, have increased since the war. Their military drills together are still ongoing. Their relationship has not really in any way suffered in any meaningful way. But sentimentally, of course, in Turkey, people are expressing concerns and they are pro-Palestinian cause and so on. So Turkey has done nothing to upset Israel, and they will do nothing to upset Iran either, in terms of this getting involved in this direct conflict. So Turkey and Iran are rivals in the region, but they have not had wars or direct confrontation between each other for the last 550 years. But they are fighting at every corner, and there's blood everywhere. And this is how it stays. This game is done like that. So Turkey will not allow Israeli jets to fly over it. Well, they will not allow the reverse of that. But nonetheless, Turkey is protecting its resources to see Iran weakened, because they are suffering from Iranian hegemony in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon. They are losing out in this, and they are being more directly interventionists across their border. They securitize their borders because of these weak states. So Turkey would like to see a weakened Iran. They would like to see a lesser rivalry between them and to gain more in the Middle East by weakening Iran. But they will never go into direct confrontation. If anything, interdependence between Turkey and Iran has been increasing. Money as well as all sorts of other trade have been increasing with Iran. So let's not think in black and white thinking that Turkey sees itself vulnerable or sees this conflict completely against its overall security or national security interests. They try to avoid, they try not to be party to it. They are not happy about many things happening, but nonetheless, they are not interfering to protect either Iran or Israel. So that's really Turkey. In terms of Europe, the question that was asked, European involvement in the Middle East and NATO role compared to Balkan. I might leave a bulk of that question to Wolfgang, but let me just say this. First of all, there is no such thing as Europe. We do not see that. We see France, we see Britain, we see, well, not Britain, we see Germany, we see a lot of these presence, but we don't see a cohesive European thinking strategy. And NATO is divided. The thing in the Balkan, the interventions of the past interventions in the Balkans worked only when the United States came united with Europe and together did things. And they led the way at the end. At the moment, the United States is fully behind Israel, keeping Europe out of the loop. You can see that President Macron was so upset that at the back garden, which is Lebanon, traditionally is where France should be most active, they could not do anything. They were not even consulted. So DC, Washington DC and Israel did things much to the distaste of a lot of Europeans. And the Europeans are also very divided, including NATO, when it comes to who should do what in terms of engaging Syria, for example, in terms of Lebanon, in terms of policy towards Israel, and whether to help with weapons, with movements, whatever. So unless the United States and Europe agree on something, and that is within NATO, there will be no cohesive or coherent European approach to the Middle East, or Europe try to do something in the Middle East that looks like leadership. That's where I stop.
I don't see a particular European role in the wars in Gaza and in Lebanon. Nothing like this before there is a stable ceasefire. Thereafter, Europe would certainly not only have a role with regard to reconstruction, but also with regard to civil society building and building of administrations. There are lots of skills in Europe how to help to build civil societies and administrations. But please be aware, we should not use our standards with regard to the quality of these civil societies and with regard to the quality of these administrations. I don't see any UN peacekeeping troops in Gaza. The Israelis would be certainly against this because they don't want to have any Austrians or Indian soldiers as human shields in the hands of Hamas. I don't see any role of NATO in the Gaza Strip for the same reason. I don't see, although it might maybe work, a role for NATO in southern Lebanon. UN has no credibility whatsoever with regard to Lebanon. NATO maybe has, but who is NATO? Are we talking about Americans? You remember the Beirut barracks bombing and other incidents. I'm not sure that the NATO states are ready and willing to accept the risk of a NATO peace support operation in Lebanon. What might be a way out for the Gaza Strip? I've indicated this on my last slide with Yasser Arafat, Beirut 1982. I've explained this recently in an interview to Al Jazeera. A way out might be to have a deal similar to Beirut 1982, to allow the remaining Hamas fighters, yes, who are the remaining Hamas fighters, and their families to leave the Gaza Strip in exchange for all the remaining living hostages. This would still leave us with the question what to do thereafter. But this might be an opportunity to end the war in Gaza, at least for the time being. I don't see a NATO membership, neither for Israel nor for the Palestinian territories, because NATO certainly doesn't want to be dragged into a war in the Middle East. Actually, I don't see any lasting solution for the crisis in the Middle East, not in the lifespan of the children right now born in Israel or in the Palestinian territories. I don't see a realistic, and you will probably agree with me, maybe we are even talking about the grandchildren, probably. I don't see the two-state solution for two reasons. One is, you know, from the river to the sea and so on, this is a non-acceptable solution for the Palestinians. By the way, you know, there are many people, I would like to use the example from Poland, who needed to leave from eastern Poland and moved over to western Poland at the end of the Second World War. Imagine that they would have settled on the eastern border of Poland and wait to return to their hometowns in what is now another country. Yes, I know that's not that easy. And the last point is, from the shores of Tel Aviv to the West Bank, we are talking about 14 kilometers, 1-4. The Hamas intrusion into Israel was 20 kilometers. It is simply not possible for the Israeli military to prevent a renewed terrorist attack of the scale of what we've seen last year if there is a two-state solution.
Mrs. Fitzgerald, you quoted the book of Bob Woodward. I've read it as well. He describes the role of Antony Blinken, the foreign secretary, trying for a year now relentlessly to avoid a spreading of the conflict. Obviously, he was told by some Arab leaders the Israelis should deal with the Hamas as they like to, but take care of the civil population and look for a political solution. Obviously, the Israelis didn't do that. What is your perspective?
Well, again, you know, I think, you know, it's one thing in terms of what different Arab leaders said in terms of, you know, it's very difficult to find Arab leaders who are particular fans of Hamas, particularly Arab leaders who have themselves been opposed to Islamist movements within their own territory. So no love lost there between many Arab leaders and Hamas. But again, you know, the point you make, I think it's the conduct of the war since last October, the horror of which is being played out every day, all day, every day on Arab TV channels, on Arab social media. And this then, you know, again, accentuates the fears, the concerns I mentioned earlier in different Arab capitals in terms of how to manage the anger and the frustration of their own populations. And definitely, and as I mentioned in Woodward's book, you know, we hear that directly through the account of Mohammed bin Salman's discussions with Antony Blinken. So I think that's a real concern. Some may argue that, you know, the war has lasted as long as it has. It's been conducted in a particular way that, you know, the level of anger and resentment and frustration is kind of fever pitch. Can it get even worse? Some would argue possibly not. But I think the ramifications of that, whether in Arab countries that signed up to the Abraham Accords or others, the ramifications of that in the longer term in terms of how that has shaped not just public sentiment, but basically shaped trajectories in the years to come. A lot of that is being debated in the region.
Thank you very much. The time is approaching 2 o'clock. Maybe final words, Mr. Al-Aldin. The prospects obviously are rather grim. Mrs. Fitzgerald was talking of probably maybe new Arab Spring 2.0. What is your perspective for the region?
Well, I think the chances of another Arab Spring is negligible. It will not happen. But the region will continue to be in turmoil, conflicts, because between crises, when there's nothing else, we create them. We create new crises. This is what our leadership does best. Internally in each country, every state that you see fragile goes into more fragility. The countries that held together, they need alliance outside. We are in the middle of conflict. We are not at the beginning, but we are not at the end. Conflict will continue. that no one is done. No one thinks that that's it, they had enough. And if you stop here, Iran's approach, Iran's strategy, Iran's ultimate ambition stays, and Israel, the Arabs continue to feel insecure. And even conflicts such as Syria, that looks like frozen, underneath it's boiling, waiting for spanners in the works, waiting for game changers. So we should not really, in a way, come under the illusion thinking that it's just around the corner, ceasefire, this, that, we'll deal with it. No. We have fundamental structural issues to deal with. There are new alignments happening. There are too many global conflicts affecting us as well as internal ones. That is not all doom and gloom, by the way. We are still optimistic. The European investment, and that's my recommendation, policy recommendation, should really be more nuanced, hands-on, and supporting state institutions. And being realistic as well. At the moment, we are not seeing all of that. We need a common approach for state building, institution enhancing, the role of state over non-state. And there are opportunities. Look at Lebanon. If Hezbollah is defeated, you have to enhance the states so that they can provide services, good governance, and become good partners to you. The same goes for Iraq. Let's support the state rather than the non-state. There are many ways of actually having a way forward, a roadmap towards engagement between Europe and the Middle East without necessarily promoting escalation or at the end regretting. What we are seeing at the moment in America is that in simplistic black and white terms, they decide what should be their policy. And they get it wrong every time. No surprises.
Well, I think that's not a very optimistic, but a very good end to this very interesting discussion. Mrs. Fitzgerald, thank you very much for taking part from Brussels. Mr. Buster, Professor, thank you very much here. Michael, I think you have the final words.
Yes, thank you very much. Thanks to the moderator and this wonderful panel, first of all. I would like to seize the opportunity again to thank all of you for your participation today, for your wonderful questions. Special thanks, of course, to our partners, to the keynote speakers, to the two panels, moderation. Of course, there has been a lot of food for thought, and there is no better way to digest this food of thought with food for the body as well. So therefore, let me also invite all of you to have lunch together with us in the room next door. There is a lunch provided, so if you have the time, please feel free and welcome to join. Thank you very much for your great input. I think this, from our perspective, we will certainly continue to follow up on the topics that were discussed today, to continue writing policy papers, recommendations, but also to host similar discussions and similar events in the future, and I'm always very happy to welcome you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was good.